We should be live. Make sure we're me. Okay, we're here. I have an interesting news story to start the day out with. Let's see what we've actually come across. Let's move my camera down a little bit. Okay. You good there, good there. And let's do this here. Sorry, getting kind of set up. Ooh. 203 posts there. All right, let's see. Okay.
Fox News alert: the FBI arresting an alleged October 7th attacker.
Yeah, a terrorist living in Louisiana.
A 33-year-old man took part in the Hamas attack on Israel, then traveled to the U.S. on a fraudulent visa. Senior correspondent Jonathan Seri has more on what we're learning. Jonathan.
Yeah, Sandra,
that
he
even
was
made it
here in the U.S. legally, at least on paper. Investigators say he lied on his visa application by failing to disclose his alleged connections to paramilitary groups. He was living in Lafayette, Louisiana. His name is Mahmoud Al-Matadi, and according to the criminal complaint filed in U.S. District Court,
government system they're doing is working.
October 7, 2023, Al-Matadi learned about the Hamas invasion, armed himself, gathered others.
Yeah, they're actually doing their jobs instead of like the last administration that did nothing.
Terrorist attack. That coordinated assault involved rape, torture, kidnapping, and the deaths of 1,200 people. Investigators say Al-Matadi's phone used a cell tower located near Kibbutz Kfar Aza, the location of one of the worst massacres in that attack on Israel. The court filing also includes social media photos that investigators say shows Al-Matadi wearing the red headband of the National Resistance Brigades, or NRB, a Gaza-based paramilitary group. It also includes a transcript of a phone call in which Al-Matadi allegedly tells another man, quote, "If things go the way they should,
keep your voice down a little bit.
Lebanon will take part, and it's going to be a third world war." Sandra, Al-Matadi is currently being held in Louisiana at the St. Martin Parish Correctional Center as this case unfolds. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan. John.
Make some adjustments on the mic. You don't hear him every second.
For more on this, here's what the FBI said in part in a statement. Quote, "Evidence shows that on the morning of October 7, 2023, Al-Matadi learned about the Hamas invasion, armed himself, gathered others, and crossed into Israel with the intention of assisting in Hamas's terrorist attack. Evidence further shows that Al-Matadi provided false information in his U.S. visa application relating to his involvement with the paramilitary organization, connection to Hamas, participation in a terrorist attack, and military
Set it there and see.
Now in custody,
still hear me,
but you got to wonder, how'd this guy get into the country?
Oh, I don't wonder. He probably came through a pretty porous southern border, or else he lied on a visa. But that's the least of his problems, John. His real problem is the close working relationship between Mossad and the CIA with John Ratcliffe and Shin Bet, which is the Israeli law enforcement, and our FBI and Kash Patel. And I'll just tell anyone involved in the Hamas attack on October the 7th, you need to sleep with one eye open at least as long as Ratcliffe is at the CIA and Patel is at the FBI. It's been over 2 years. They just found him. They're not going to stop looking. Just like we didn't stop looking after 9/11, Israel and the U.S. are not going to stop looking for you. And if you had anything to do with that barbaric attack, they're going to find you. Am I surprised it's Lafayette, Louisiana? I am. Home of Jeff Landry, speaking of former prosecutors.
Yeah.
But Cash and John, both former U.S. attorneys, they're not going to stop until everyone that's involved is brought to justice.
Or as some say locally, Lafayette, Louisiana. Governor Jeff Landry, by the way, Trade just posted this on his Twitter account. Justice will be served. Perhaps this is Louisiana lockup's newest resident. Perhaps that's the case. I'll get your reaction.
You know, Louisiana is beautiful. I would probably rather be there than sent back to Israel. But that's always an option. Send them back to the country that they victimized. Look, like I said, his
to put the shower stuff on it.
Least of his problems. He's either gonna. There's some not so nice prisons in Louisiana. His future is looking very bleak. But that's also true for anyone that has not also been apprehended. Ratcliffe and Patel are going to work with their Israeli counterparts as long as they're in office, period, full stop. If you're involved in the October 7th attack, sleep with one eye open.
Yeah, in announcing these arrests, here's what the Attorney General Pam Bondi said, quote, after hiding out in the United States, this monster has been found and charged with participating in the atrocities of October 7th, the single deadliest day for Jewish people since the Holocaust. While nothing can fully heal the scars left by Hamas's brutal attack, this department's Joint Task Force, October 7, is dedicated to finding and prosecuting those responsible for that horrific day, including the murder of dozens of American citizens. I mean, this task force is going to continue. Maybe this is just the first person to be unearthed.
A lot of people from across the border that sure have with the Bidens, and that's kind of proven it.
It was not just Israelis that were victimized on that day. There were people
really
from all over the world, including the United States, that were, I mean, children beheaded, women raped. I mean, it was equivalent to our 9/11. We spent 20 years finding out who was responsible for that. Israel is going to spend at least that long.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Oh, no.
So happening today, President Trump will host Ukrainian President Zelensky as he considers whether to give the country
I wonder what happened with that meeting today.
ahead of his meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
We need tomahawks for the United States of America, too. We have a lot of them, but we need them. I mean, we can't deplete for our country. So, you know, they're very vital. They're very powerful.
Here to discuss it is retired four-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, chairman of the Institute of Study of War, which is a must-read every day, General Jack Keane. General, your thoughts about the Vladimir Putin's timing on the call and Zelensky's meeting today?
Where do you want to put it?
Well, certainly, I think probably the president heard something in that call. What we don't know is he's had so much conversation with Putin. Is there something different in terms of his sincerity this time about really wanting to make some kind of compromise? Obviously, it's worth the president's time in his mind that he expects something like that to happen. The evidence we have to date, and certainly the president is very much aware of it, that Putin has made continuous promises and hasn't kept them.
Yep.
And indeed,
Getting
since
sick of
all these
Putin's
talks
promises.
have been going on the phone and certainly in person as well, what has Putin done? He's escalated the war.
Done nothing good.
Civilians, and he expanded military incursion into NATO countries. That's the reality of what we're dealing with, and no evidence whatsoever of compromise. I think it's helpful that
you want one?
Rubio and Lavrov are going to meet first next week.
Yeah, you want to?
And certainly, if Lavrov isn't putting something real on the table there, I don't think we should get the president involved.
I thought he was going to take it.
That leads to empty promises. But look, the president knows how to leverage an adversary. He's just demonstrated that clearly in the Middle East. The facts speak for themselves. So he understands that. But and also the other thing we should know is, look, the Russian army wasn't good when the war began. It's not good
still
now,
not
and it's
good.
never going to be good. They are extraordinarily vulnerable. They've just had an offensive. They've been trying to succeed in taking the southern part of
They can't
Ukraine
even
for
like
over
push a couple
year,
feet.
and they have failed at doing it.
They're actually getting
wanted,
pushed
if
back
you
by
remember,
Ukraine. The Russians.
Zelensky to give up the
Kinda crazy,
territory
honestly.
they cannot take, and we at Institute for the Study of War don't think they can ever take it. So that's what Putin is facing.
Now
And
they're like threatening
with
NATO,
the
which doesn't make
possibility
any
of
sense.
Tomahawks
Because
reaching
they're
a
going to get their
sanctuary
butts
that
kicked
protect the
completely.
bombers
Well, they'll get
that are
completely overthrown
delivering,
until they have to use nuclear
cruise
power.
missiles on the civilian population,
And then they'll
also,
threaten that, and everybody
touching
will
the
back down
manufacturing
again.
capability of where
They're playing a game.
drones
playing
are
a
being
deadly game.
manufactured. That sanctuary is protected because Ukraine doesn't have the long-range weapons to reach it. That's what the Tomahawks would do, and that obviously would put more military pressure on
They had
Putin in terms of the
the
success of his
Flamingo, I
campaign.
think, was
So the
a
president's got
missile they
plenty of
have
leverage
been
here for
developing fairly
He
cheaply.
feels even more,
Kind of like the
he feels more
Tomahawk,
than
not as
ever
advanced, but
that Putin wants to do a deal. So they're going to end up in Hungary, and possibly Zelensky could
Yeah,
be
we'll
there
see.
too. Maybe not in the same room.
I don't
but the
believe it
president's
though.
willing
I
to
think
do
Putin's
go to
just
great lengths
playing the
in
long
order to
game and
stop the
stretching things
killing.
out as far as he
And
can.
I think the leverage of the Senate sanctions, along with the possible delivery of the Tomahawks, which can do everything you just said, is very much in Vladimir Putin's mind. So we'll have to see how that goes today. But General, I have
Just
to
give
go
them
to
to
Hamas
Ukraine.
and
Give
your
them like
sense
10.
on what they're doing now, trying to kill off their enemies, being slow walking a lot of the bodies. I found out yesterday
10
that
Tomahawks.
the Israelis told them where 10 bodies are located. You don't need special equipment, and now they got 48 hours to deliver them, and they're already overdue. But let's bring back the president's quote, and here's what he said: "If Hamas continues to kill people in Gaza, which was not the deal, we'll have no choice but to go in and kill them." Thank
I
you
think
for
you're
your
going
attention
to
to
need
this
to use
matter.
force
And it
anyway.
won't be us,
I
it'll
agree.
be the IDF and there's other Arab countries.
Hamas isn't going to
Your
listen to
thoughts about the
anybody.
president
They
and
have
the
their
way
own
Hamas
plan.
has acted since the deal was signed.
Well, in the agreement, there is an acknowledgement that it would take some time to find these bodies. Hamas wasn't in control of all of the live hostages. The two other terrorist groups operating inside of Gaza, and they're not in charge of all of the deceased bodies either. But the Israelis have given them the intelligence they have received from Hamas fighters and also Palestinians who they detained, and know where those bodies are. So that is assisting them. There are some issues with rubble. The Turks are probably going to provide a very large group that they use after earthquakes take place to help find bodies. So there are some logistical issues here. But I think the Israelis are right that there is some delay tactics going on here. Why is that? Well, because Hamas stays in control.
Yeah, they don't want to disarm.
As long as this is going on. And they are telegraphed that they, one, are not going to disarm. What does that mean? That means that they're not going to give up control. They want those weapons to be able to maintain control over the population itself. So it looks like we're on a collision course here. Not for certain, but it seems to be heading towards that we're likely going to have to use force to disarm Hamas if they stay in the mindset they're currently in.
Keep your phone on, General. There's so many impactful things going on around the world, and we're going to always need your insight. General Jack Keane, thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
Yeah, I'm not streaming to Twitch anymore. I don't really want to use it for anything other than getting the drops. I don't watch them though. I look for the lowest streamers. Eventually I'll be back, I'm sure, but I don't like that they got this guy that got banned on Kick for saying kill all Jews, and then he gets sponsored by Twitch. No, thank you. That's messed up. Along with having some diaper furry dude on the front page, that's sickening too. lot of people are playing this Arc Raiders game too. I've never even heard of that. Not until today. Good.
Hassan Piker denies shocking his dog on stream after getting death threats. I think there was a clip about this, right? If I can find the clip about it. Where the hell did it go?
The clip itself looks terrible because it looks like where I'm like looking back to give her a place command. It looks like
the other ones look terrible too.
Yeah, place command. I mean, the shock command.
I'm moving around where all my Zintons are, ironically enough, and then she yelps. And she's getting back up onto the bed. In the process of getting back up onto the bed, she yelps in that moment. And every now and then, she snags her claw onto something like a dew claw, or she steps on something funny. Bugles. Sometimes when I'm wrestling with her, she'll give off like a little yelp. Or sometimes when she's playing with other dogs, she'll give off a yelp. She wasn't even wearing like the vibration collar that's in contention now. Like everyone's like, this is not.
You want to try some?
You know, he definitely shocked her. Like on that day, she just had like a regular collar.
Then why was it? Why did it have a beeping light?
Here we go. Try one.
There was a light on. What kind of a regular car has a light on it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a dog wizard, right? But like, damn, that doesn't seem right.
She has a bunch of different collars.
That does not seem
like
right.
A fight collar,
like
a vibration
that
collar.
Does not. It's not
for reinforcing her training, or most importantly, for walking around when I'm like out.
Was there even a dog?
Oh, you're taking them? You can have a couple. Bring it back when you're done.
Because I don't remember the dog. I don't think there was a dog.
He likes to
in the park or when I'm hiking or anything like that. When I take her on long walks, I like to let her.
What do you mean?
Roam. I like to let her run around. And if she's super far away where she can't hear me, or if her attention is elsewhere, you know, if she's like chasing a squirrel or something, the vibration is supposed to communicate alongside with like your voice. That's what it's used for.
Level 100
and right now, I would say like all of my social media, like wherever I am on the internet, people are just like, you're a dog abuser. I'm going to come and kill you. I'm going to steal your dog. I'm going to kidnap your dog. That's one of the most insane, like, I mean, yeah, here, just now.
Okay.
Like,
Stop
6
using
minutes
your dog
ago,
as a
are you the
background
dog
prop.
abuser guy? Right?
He's very to himself. Absolutely.
Like, it's always.
Listen, bro. Like, I think Hassan has mod in my chat.
The issue
if
is
somebody goes and threatens you, you got every right to ban them. Like, you want to ban them in my chat, you probably should report them to Dan or somebody, get them banned. But ain't nobody is supporting any sort of calls to violence. Nobody wants violence. Anybody making any sort of implication of even a 1% of that, you're not getting banned. We're gonna report your ass. You're cooked. You're done.
Yeah.
We don't need that.
That's basically what's going on, and it's understandable. But there are definitely people who are like
What happened?
Actively pushing this to
you swallowed it too quickly
to drive home
really
some kind of narrative, and that has been a little weird to deal with. Like people who like sincerely are going like you are a dog abuser and you must die.
I mean, it's because you changed the story and you had your friends talking about it that had different stories that lined up. I mean, you gotta know that. I mean, like, and I'm not even saying that he told people that. I mean, I kind of feel bad because, like, you know, I mean, like, you really, I mean, he does this shit with people all the time. He misunderstands shit with people all the time, and so I don't really feel that bad. But, like, you know, on an empathetic level, I can get the exasperation he has for sure. I get it. I understand. I get it. But, you know, it's just, that's just what happens, man. Like, you do this all the time. The eternal victim. Yeah, exactly, right? And so what's the final consensus? Dog getting shocked or vibrated? Neither. I mean, I think the story he told originally ain't true. Like, I'll tell you that. Like, that's not true. There's no fucking, I don't think she was wearing another collar or something like that. I mean, did he zap the dog? I mean, how can I fucking know?
Yeah, right.
It seems like if you change your story that many times, like, I mean, really, it seems like you probably did, right?
First of all, the product can't be turned into a vibrating collar, for
Make
starters.
Sure you chew it.
Second,
this lady.
The taped photo is fucking doctored, dude. You fell for misinfo. Congratulations, bro. This image, you can clearly see the tape.
I have no idea who she is.
The tape image is a doctored photo. I took this from the VOD directly.
I can't stand the voice.
And when you look at the fucking artifacting on these photos, it's very obviously a fucking Photoshop job.
Oh, she's pulling it out the butt.
You literally fell for misinfo. Congrats. You can just...
They remove EXIF data whenever it gets uploaded onto Twitter.
Yep.
EXIF data gets cleared by Twitter.
Hate Hassan, by the way. You can just say, I don't like him. First of all, the product can't be turned into a vibrating collar, for starters. Second...
I don't even know, bro. Like, I don't know what this... Like, it's just... Does it? Yeah. It's been that way for a while.
I've seen this clip too many times on X today, and she's... is this denims? Okay, no wonder.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, funny about her
the
anyway.
Dog shock situation is seeing all the perfect moral high ground LA slop tubers and streamers have to defend his...
Sneeko looks like a rabbit.
Man, I really, like, honestly, you know, I've talked to Sneeko a number of times privately. He's such a nice guy. He is. He's such a nice, good guy. I like Sneeko.
I'm sure he is.
Son, because that's one of their own. And Pokimane cancels a podcast with them because she doesn't want to face any backlash because she's not a real friend and won't stand by him when he's facing controversy. Says, oh, it wasn't me, it was my team who took it down. Okay. Then post a podcast. Stop being a crybaby. Stop being a just release the podcast with your friend if you're a real one. And the rest of them saying, no, it wasn't a shock collar. He taped over the shock part and it was vibrating. Yeah, what type of millionaire buys a shock collar to tape it over? They're just admitting that he was actually electrocuting his dog like a Sith Lord, unknowingly incriminating Hasanabe in the situation. Nobody's ever bought a shock collar just to not use it, just to only use the vibration feature. I love that it's animal abuse that's taking them all down and showing that this LA cabal of slop tubers and streamers, they all pretend to be like good people. And now the domino effect is crumbling. It's all being exposed that they're really just playing a character.
Man, I don't want to say that that's the same thing that I said, but it is the same thing that I said.
Yeah,
it's the same exact thing I said. And, you know, that's interesting, isn't it? Wow.
Yo, this dog shock collar nonsense getting out of hand, bud. I just came from a YouTube video that was strictly about indie video games, and the comments were full of comments about the incident. What can you do? The greatest antidote to slander is observable reality, okay? What do you say? What do you do? I must have shocked her to sleep. I wonder how many people have unironically come in here to be like, yo, this guy's a real monster, huh? Let me go see how he treats this poor dog. And then they come in here and Kaya's just like chilling or coming up to me, trying to get on my lap. And then they're like, okay, maybe that wasn't the case. There has to be at least like a couple hundred that have come in here to antagonize initially, and then they're like,
this is exactly what I say, by the way, about how people come in and think that I'm wrong and then they find out that I'm right.
No, I realized that maybe I was dumb. Maybe I just want to say I'm sorry. I heard about the stupid stuff said about you, and I believed it for a minute, but I was wrong. I felt it wouldn't be right if I didn't personally tell you. I just wanted to say that I'm gonna head out now, Hassan. You're a good guy, and you have a beautiful dog. Aw, see, there you go. My haters to lovers pipeline, dude. You don't need to say anything, chatter. No, actually, I'm glad the chatter did say that. The greatest antidote to a faucet of lies is observable reality.
Man, well, there it is. And who even said that? I don't know, man. Tries to no.
Now let's do. Wait.
So
you telling me
let's
do level 100.
So I'll be honest.
I'm not doing that to you. I'm dead.
Yo, so I'll be honest.
Really? Deadass hurt me?
I deadass did 10 wrong, and I swear it yanked my neck. I'm deadass. I swear.
No, so I'm gonna be honest. 10 on your neck. I don't think it's factors.
Go.
10. Go.
Fucking do it. Do it.
I can't beat him.
Do it.
You gotta do it first. I gotta see how okay, let's do 5. Like a strong man handle. It said 5.
Wait, where'd you put it?
Please don't do 10. Don't do 10.
I literally wrapped it around my neck.
Ooh. Hey, I don't.
Oh wait, I'm not sure now. I'll be honest. I feel like a dog.
Ready?
Please don't do 10.
Ready?
So.
Ready?
Bro, don't do 10.
Ready?
What do you want?
Do 1. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm ready.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You just pissed on my fucking floor.
Oh! Whoa!
And then he shocked him. And then he.
I swear I'll Yo, I'm gonna cry a little bit.
Ready? Put it back on. Just relax. He's not gonna play it. Unless he's home. Wait,
are you sure? I'm not even push it like that. Swear to everybody's
Run through the life of friends we had.
Okay, ready?
What is that?
Do what he did. Ready on 10. Did you just shit on my fucking couch?
Yeah, I know what it
feels
like.
Did you just shit on my fucking couch?
It doesn't feel good at all.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, that's not even double shot.
Holy shit, you're gonna be trying to see your some people like this.
Oh my god, bro. Like this is setting for one shot and double shot.
No. Okay, do 5. Do 5. Do 5. Do 5. 5. I'm gonna put it feels like if you tweet that 5,
damn.
I'm gonna lay on the ground and go.
Wait, how
damn, bro, like
I'm telling you.
what the fuck, bro? Like, is that life versus? I would never do it. I would never do it.
So we can't even use it on her.
No.
Fuck, smart.
You pussy, I'm not gonna lie. One is good.
You pussy.
Wait,
that actually did hurt.
So what's the highest level? 99. There's zero chance.
99?
Jeez.
So you're telling me if I do 99 right now, I'm probably
You're out.
It's all right.
Dead ass?
Damn.
99 on their animals?
No, I don't think he did 99 on it.
It's like, not him, I'm saying people do that?
I think that's some prisoner.
No. People usually from what I heard was they do 20. But why does it even...
Some guy in chat, Hassan does 99.
I bet.
Hassan
He
only
probably had it
uses
on like 40
99.
or 50.
20?
Yes.
Well, that shit still hurts.
But why does it go to 99? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know.
Probably for like certain animals.
Yeah,
no, I don't think it should be used for any
dog collar.
Like a tiger.
Dude, shot collar is just crazy, bro.
That's wild. God damn.
Thank you.
This guy seems kind of retarded. I really hate to say it, but
hey, where's my bugle?
Me, 10, 15 years ago.
Huh? I know, she's here. She smells the bugles on the floor. No, I'm not Hassan. You don't even have a collar like that.
You know.
There is, like,
I mean, I don't even know if she would ever react to that.
And they just have their
like, that's great. If you guys are tweaking at fucking 10,
yeah.
10,
yeah.
I can't imagine, like, because animals have like skinnier necks in this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got fur though.
But it doesn't even matter because it's a simple.
But the prongs go right to the skin. Yeah.
Wow, that's actually insane. I really want to take this out and really see what the mod.
We got to try this on a puppy.
No.
Bro.
Why did you put the bugles over there? Give them to me.
Oh my god, bro. Like, god damn. And they just going in about this the whole way.
Hey, like, give me my bugles.
Holy shit.
If you're done
Is
with
this
them.
another, oh god, oh no. That people telling me there's a Oh, jeez.
Are you reading the bag?
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right. I'll pull it up.
They've got a lot of different types of bugles.
Okay.
Different flavors of bugles. They're pretty good. And there's duck. What kind do they have? Have nacho cheese. They have caramel, and they have original. And then ranch.
I can't stand any of you dumb fucks in this goddamn chat. Oh my.
Oh, here we go. Crashing out this on.
Ready?
Fucking God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single fucking day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate fucking streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single fucking person who thinks that the peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately.
The funny thing is that I say almost all of these same things.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club. You're almost here.
Welcome, son.
He's almost
converted. All it took was him getting caught shouting his dog.
This for years. Okay.
Hilarious.
Woke leftist is just
true. See?
You did it. You have unlocked the fucking nihilism within me, okay?
Yes!
Black pilled. Nothing will ever get better. We are never going to make it out. We can't even have a normal fucking non-hostile goddamn conversation on any of these issues. Everybody just simply wants to fucking chirp into the wind because they have no power and they recognize their utter powerlessness in the face of unjustifiable constructs that we fucking exist under. And the best possible fucking thing you can do is just be goddamn annoying, okay?
Oh my God. I've been waiting on this for a while.
I mean, he wasn't wrong about his talking points.
Finally.
Oh, God.
He's seeing the light.
Nothing, buddy. Why?
Turn to the dark side.
Right when the reporter was asking you about optimism?
He'll be the best Republican you've ever had. He just needs to get over the lying part.
Bro, this is actually the saddest fucking shit. To inspire your audience to a step towards a brighter future, look at his face.
He is angry.
God damn. God damn.
I want to fucking, I want to just shut it off, dude. I want to shut everything off. I just want to go away. If I wasn't so goddamn stubborn, I would have a long time ago. Oh my Lord, dude. I 100% think you should someday go on sub-only mode. What do you mean? The most annoying people.
The most annoying people are your own subs. Yes, you've cultivated these people.
Yeah. Reap what you sow.
People are literally like the 40-month subscribers.
Yes.
The person
he saw the clip.
That caused me to fucking spiral just now is Hidejo Offliner or whatever.
He's saying it. All right. It's almost time. Hassan is going to become a Republican very soon. Yeah. This is the beginning. He's going to join the dark side.
Finally. Saying deport all the illegals.
Cinema? Yes.
Why are you no kings protesting? We don't have a king.
And that is like a routine nuisance and an offliner in this community. Okay? He is a consistent voice of nuisance. Okay?
This person.
Does Hassan become a
offline
beige?
Chat that's always starting trouble. And he finally fucking snapped. Finally had enough.
What are you talking about? The people that actually brick me, the people that actually cause me to fucking spiral out of control are always the people that have been in this fucking community for years, who never shut the fuck up.
You're right. You should have said this during Hogwarts Legacy, but instead you doubled down into these virtue signaling, annoying, obnoxious, nasty little losers because you dared to take one step off the reservation and say maybe boycotting a game that has nothing really to do with J.K. Rowling anymore isn't going to do anything for trans rights. Yeah. And you had people in your community that got furious at you for that. And I know this sounds like such a stupid point to begin with.
Kind of.
But I think before that, Hasan would go against his audience semi-regularly. Not all the time, not even a lot, but sometimes he would. And after that, you didn't see it as much.
You hardly see it at all anymore. He just says all the talking points that he knows they want to hear.
2022, 2023. Should have done this then. This is overdue. Overdue. Should have done this a while ago.
On the terrors.
I have banned him before.
What? And he's back?
It's literally just, like, I'm not even singling him out. He's just one example.
Yeah.
But this happens all the fucking time, bro. Anyway. One of the worst aspects of like this kind of gathering online is that I think people don't behave like this in the real world. That's unironically what I was talking about. That's why I have so much hope for the future of America when I'm out in the fucking streets.
Right?
Because I see grandparents, and I see kids, and I see regular ass folk that see right from wrong, and they say, "Fuck this. What do you mean? You're just like kidnapping my neighbors. Get the fuck out of here." And they protest, and that gives me confidence. And then
when those are the same people that are also the ones criticizing you for the dog thing too, though, right? I mean, like, the fact is that, like, Hasan's rhetoric doesn't vibe with a lot of, like, yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like the ICE stuff. Like, yeah, that's true. I think there's people who are dumb. I disagree with them, but I'm also an asshole. But, like, the truth is that, like, a lot of this stuff that you say, too, like, even the dog thing, like, you play that. You even said it, right, with the normies that see it, and they're like, oh, my God, this is, you know, what do you call it?
Come in legally.
This is some kind of like bad thing or whatever. He's even said it himself. His chat agrees with it.
To do slave work for him.
What are you saying?
Because they don't want to charge a higher rate.
No hater can damage your mental health like a fan can.
Or report other companies that are using illegals to work.
Ban more of them. True.
They need to make businesses pay more.
And I get fucking yelled at by a bunch of screenager iPad babies who are 38 years old, who think that the most like radical socialist position is to constantly chirp in a fucking Twitch streamer's chat.
Pay hard
and hyper.
I don't care if they're a big business or a small business, because the big businesses are making the small businesses have to use illegals because the big businesses are using illegals to keep their costs down.
He's almost on the right side of history, wrong. Which is, by the way, the opinions that I
no illegal should be working in America unless they have
He's starting to realize.
Or work permit.
Yep. He's starting to realize, Trump 2028. Yeah, bro, we're going to see a Trump 2028 hat here pretty soon.
Scrutinize everything and then like refuse to understand like broader points.
Yes.
Okay? Refuse to be open-minded. Then I'm blackpilled again. It's virtually impossible not to be blackpilled if you're online all the fucking time. Everything that we do here.
True. Gaze into the abyss long enough, the abyss will gaze back into you. This is true.
Is so bad. Is so fucking bad.
Man, pop off Unk. He needs to ban that guy. He's the ban that guy. Like, that's some fucked up shit to say. Like, why would you say that? Like, yeah, this is, why, bro, like, this is bad. And I don't know what to say, guys. And the White House made a Blue Sky account. Oh my God. And yeah. Well, I mean, he's starting to realize. I mean, he's starting to realize it. And I think that really, I don't know if there's any more of this or any other follow-up for this. The most annoying people are 40. So he hates everything. Oh God. Oh man. Do you remember when Hasan was reading like one of my dad's messages? And my dad was like, yeah, you and my son aren't that different after all. You know, you and Zach have a lot in common. How about that? That's funny. It's really fucking funny. And he's saying what everyone's been thinking because of him. Yeah, exactly. And that's it. You know, everything talking about him. Yeah. And
yeah. I have a crazy article Metatron just posted. What in the world is this junk? Students shall not pass unless they accept Lord of the Rings as offensive. University course suggests Tolkien's treatment of evil characters follows a tradition of anti-African antipathy. That's ridiculous. And this guy goes, if you see orcs as black people, you are the racist. Stop is always pissed me off. I like to consider myself amateur Tolkien scholar. I could earn but Tolkien himself and his legend. They were meant to be black people. Tolkien saw the inherent value in humans, period. Correct, seriously. Played all settings and so many different roles of playing systems, and never ever has anyone all through the 80s, 89s, 80s and 90s associated orcs with black Africans. These lunatics live in Lululand. That is 100% true. And then I saw this.
Why couldn't this be addressed? What is the struggles only Muslim women understand? Shopping edition. Why couldn't this be addressed? What is the point of this waist slit?
The blue one.
Okay, I'll take the pink one. I found something.
You can't wear that outside.
For home. Nice dress, but why short sleeve? So pretty until you turn it and see that it is backless.
Long sleeve but too short. Short sleeve but too short. Long sleeve and I just don't like it.
Why make see-through dresses?
That's nice. Wait. What?
T-shirt with face, no thanks.
I guess you're not getting a dress today.
There's still Amazon and online shopping.
No. Struggles only Muslim women understand.
About clothes in America are not Islamic friendly. Well, you're not in an Islamic country. If you want Islamic clothes, go back to an Islamic country. That's what I have to say. I have no patience with Islamics like that anymore. Like they just want to press their cultish political views on everybody. It's not even a religion in my eyes anymore. It is a political cult. Is that a guy? Oh, that's Swahili. Well, he's tweaking. Oh no, he's definitely tweaking. Trump's name is an Epstein file and any capacity. Why has the Biden administration released everything plastered on every wall ever erected by mankind when they were in power? That is a great question. I've been wondering the same. Also, if you would like, you can follow me on my social. I'm Colossus0814 on X, or Colossus Word. I try to post daily. not much of anything beneficial, just what I've seen as I scroll here throughout the day. I want to tweet longer, but I don't want to pay for it. So. Who do you think ended Israel Gaza war? And in particular, Trump told Israel that he'd exposed that they were take their support if they don't apologize to Qatar. Yeah, no, I don't think that's it. Ballistic violence of black bomber too. It's highly likely that any such information wouldn't be kept with the one individual involved who is most vulnerable to arrest, and his part already showed. He could expect from the justice system and Trump any focus on hinders its progress on immigration, breaking Antifa, etc. Trump and his men are also notoriously bad at messaging. Yes. Because all the evidence was destroyed in Epstein's first trial, I'm betting. Yeah, probably. Hilarious. Tarnish their enemy. So why not release them? This actually hits everyone. Then all the more reason to release. Yes. This was destroyed a while ago, if it ever existed. I mean, come on. You really think the world's most peaceful, powerful men wouldn't have the ability to make evidence disappear? As the FBI, CIA never done shady crap to hide their missteps. Tried to have the list released and test bonded is collected and distributed. They were so confident the list existed that they put out a release countdown timer, except when Bonnie finally got the data dump she'd been asking for from the New York FBI field office. It wasn't there, hence the embarrassing info batch. Oh, that's an interesting conspiracy. First release binder distribution with the promise of more. Honestly, I could see that. I don't know what would Bondi say if it was on her desk. And the next say but her team may not have finished analyzing everything. Yes, it was extremely stupid to say promise something that definitely and it bit her in the ass and made her look incompetent at best, corrupt and sleazy at worst. Leaning to this is likely explanation something would have leaked from the files eventually, even a name or a piece of the file, especially if Trump's name featured prominently. In fact, we still don't know a single name on the list after over a freaking decade of it existing leads me to think it was scrubbed a long time ago. I'm not excluding gross incompetence or massive overpromising, but the way they handled the media was horrible. One day it's on my desk and I've read it and it's horrific the next day. What do you mean? I've never seen it. Definitely were so sure they'd be able to release something and wanted to put on a spectacle of the release, but ended up shooting themselves in the foot. I honestly completely agree with this. 322. Being involved. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting take, and I have kind of felt that it was. Wow. Yeah. What a brain dead response. We aren't in the Biden administration anymore. Time to move on. Yeah, but it's still a valid question. Why didn't the Biden administration release it either? Because Biden isn't like Trump. Neither he nor his AG Merrick Garland saw the office's weapon to be used against his political enemies. DOJ policy has always been not to spare people who were not being charged with crimes. People are being charged with crimes. What? Who is this idiot? What else has he said? If men truly didn't care about women's status or capability, you'd see random mixing across class lines. You might be overlooking the fact that women care. I'm being fully serious when I say I just collected the coolest data from my entire PhD. You are going to PhD for 6 to 7 years, but the key data usually ends up being something you did in an afternoon. Yeah. I came to see the great feminization as the most significant event of our century and a potential threat to civilization. How is that? What?
Me.
You? Yeah.
Do you want any cheese on your chicken patty?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, buddy. American. White. Oh no. When is the sunset now? No, they didn't. The Trump White House just joined Blue Sky and absolutely trolled every leftist on the platform. Hakeem is wearing the sombrero again, and President Trump is wearing a crown. Beyond hilarious. Oh, I've been getting so many Gavin Newsom posts. That's ridiculous. I can't stand this dude. He's such an idiot. There is nothing beneficial to what he says. He's non-productive in any criticism he has. never offers a solution. He's really just trying to attack Trump as much as possible instead of offering solutions. I'd do it more, for instance. My haters were complaining that I came out with new merch, my Noble One necklace, and they're accusing me of being greedy because I posted a small integration about my new merch on a couple of videos of mine. More of those integrations to my videos. Do run a promotion. Net me about 3,000 last month from Necklace and Rings alone. So massive thanks to my haters for making me bolder in my own promotions. Love and support it when creators of the same politics as them push merch was enough to make me more bold. Thanks, haters. I wouldn't have done it without you. Brothers in arms, maybe? I don't think there's anything else good. Eric Matthews sitting in the on top of a mountain. Ooh, looks good. Thank you. Man, oh gosh, what's all that crap?
All right, as the government shutdown drags on, the White House is shedding light on how dozens of criminal illegal migrants received Medicaid before their arrests and their deportations. White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson telling Fox News Digital, quote, due to previously lax federal controls and Democrat state policies, criminal illegal murderers and rapists received Medicaid at the American taxpayers' expense. Joining us now is administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Oz, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Ainsley. You know, the Democrats have been gaslighting us on this issue of Medicaid funds going to illegal immigrants for quite a while. When the president came into office, he insisted we take the fraud, waste, and abuse out of the system. And that's why the One Big Beautiful Bill has provisions to do just that. The shutdown, as you know, is in part because the Democrats want to repeal that landmark legislation. And they keep claiming that there is no money going from Medicaid, an agency that I run, towards illegal immigrants. So we decided to do our homework. We sent our best investigators out to evaluate exactly what is going on. And I'm here to announce, Ainsley, and this is a big deal, that just over the last few months, we have proven that there's been over $1 billion. That's a billion with a B. It's a lot of money. It's not a rounding error. $1 billion paid by U.S. taxpayers for illegal immigrants in about half a dozen states. And we're just getting started. So it's going to be significantly more money than that. And just to break this down for everybody, Ainsley, if you live in Texas or Florida and you're paying U.S. federal taxes, most people do, your money is being diverted to places like California who have robust benefits for illegal immigrants, you know, dental, vision, things you don't even get on Medicare. And those funds we have no ability to track until today. Now we're investigating it, and we're going to continue to track this across the country.
So is that going to continue under the Trump administration? How can we stop this from happening?
Well, the legislation allows us to do just that. We are no longer obliged to pay for illegal immigrants in states that decide that they think are the largesse of their hearts. They want to fund those programs. If you want to fund full dental, vision, and robust health services in, for example, California or Illinois or New York or Minnesota, that's your choice. If you want to do that, you have to pay with your own state income tax. You can't use federal dollars for that. And so we are clawing that money back. Some of these states have already, they know they're guilty. They begin to pay the money back already. We will get all that money back into our federal coffers. The president is laser focused on protecting the U.S. taxpayer. But Ainsley, this raises a bigger issue. Why are we shut down? The people who should be doing these investigations, the folks who can solve some of the problems that we're having to improve the quality of care, for example, healthcare in this country, but many other services are being compromised by a shutdown that's based on false information. There is money being given to illegal immigrants on Medicaid. Again, Medicaid is designed for our most vulnerable, Ainsley. It's designed for our kids, for our elderly, folks who are struggling with significant health issues. They need those funds. You can't just dole that out to able-bodied illegal immigrants in states because they think it's the right thing to do. If they want to pay for it, they should pay for it.
Please send this memo, this study, to Chuck Schumer so that he sees what he's been saying, that they're not going to benefit, illegals are not going to benefit. That's not the case. We have the proof. Let's talk about MAHA, because Washington Post has this poll where there's bipartisan support from parents to crack down on processed foods and dyes and added sugars. But the MAHA movement is only getting 38% support. Look at this. Supporters of the MAHA movement, total parents, 38%, Republican parents, 62% like MAHA, Democratic parents, 17%, and independent parents, 34%. What is wrong? Why aren't we getting more support for MAHA when that's what it's all about, cleaning up our foods?
It's about cleaning up our food and cleaning up our environment. And to me, MAHA really is about just being curious. As you know, 80% of questions are really statements in disguise. And in MAHA, you want to actually know the truth. Are we having problems with these additives and processed foods and the like? I think the reason those numbers are low, Ainsley, is because a lot of Democrats don't want to acknowledge that the MAGA movement forced this country to answer big questions. And out of that came this concept of MAHA, which is to ask those tough questions about our food supply. I think moms across America know that we're making it hard to raise our families in a healthy fashion. So they deep in their hearts know this to be the case. They just don't want to use that phraseology. But you're seeing more and more folks, especially independents, but now Democrats as well, saying there's clearly been no one watching this process. Secretary Kennedy, who's been just fearless and tireless in his pursuit of honesty and integrity in these issues, is getting more and more folks to wake up to the reality that we've taken for granted our health. And the reason so many folks that you care about aren't doing well is that we have tolerated transgressions on basic things we would assume to be the truth, which is clean environment, clean food, and ability to go out there and be healthy, including, by the way, mental health issues that have risen in part because we've tolerated social media transgressions that are, I think, at this point, intolerable.
Dr. Oz, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Hey, Ainsley, one big question and one big promise to everybody. Today is opening day for open enrollment. All this beautiful program of Medicare is something out there. If you haven't enrolled in Medicare, if you want to know more, go to Medicare.gov. One of our basics frameworks, our social safety net of this country. It's all there for you. Take advantage of it.
All right, opening day. Thank you so much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Wasn't good that. You the cookiest? The kookiest? Let's see what happens to Metatron.
Hey, noble ones, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for clicking. So I would like to take a moment of your time today to talk a little bit about the future of this channel, the sort of content that I've been releasing, and the sort of evolution and changes that this channel has gone through over the years, where we are at now. As content creators, we always have to try and react to the algorithm and all the things that we have to deal with when it comes to remaining on the surface. And of course, at one point, like from my perspective, this has always been a channel where I kind of spoke about what I liked, and I'll get back to this in a second. I've always tried to figure out ways to stay successful. That's what everyone does. Of course, everyone wants to be successful. And people might point the finger and say, you're greedy, but who's going to do this without being like, no, I really want 10 views. I don't want the views. I'm just doing it, spending like my entire week, my entire month, every day on this, but I don't want the views. Everyone wants the views. Everyone wants success. It's absolutely normal to want success on any endeavor that you are undertaking, whether it be on social media or not at that point. For me, like I was doing history, a lot of history. In fact, I was focusing on history. Back in the day, I used to do languages too, but then languages, I'm like, they're not really working here. So I stopped doing languages on this channel. I focused on history. And history, people were not getting notifications. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to try and do some reacts to big names. So I reacted to Lex Fridman, I reacted to Joe Rogan, Wired, and this actually worked. People were loving it. So I went back up with that and started doing reacts. But then people were like, all you do is reacts now. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. So I started mixing. I started posting regular original content and reacts, but people weren't getting the regular original content, and so they kept telling me all you do is reacts, because that was the only thing that was showing on their feed. But I was thinking, you know what, I'm doing like 5 non-reacts and 2 reacts a week because I was posting daily, and people are not seeing them. So not only I'm putting in the effort to do the original content and just do the occasional react to compensate the views, but I'm also getting people telling me, accusing me of not doing the original content that I am doing. And since it was mostly history that took a lot of effort to maintain it well researched and well edited with all the b-rolls and whatnot, then I switched back to like, okay, you know what, I'll drop the reacts altogether, I'll just do original content, and the views completely smoked. Then I snapped because of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to return this channel to its original core, because this channel has always been an eclectic channel. This has always been a channel that was a representation, a manifestation, and in fact expression of my mind. It's my own stream of consciousness. On this channel, since its very beginning and early days, not since 2 years ago, since 12 years ago, I've talked about games. I've talked about weapons and armor. I talked about history. I talked about languages. I read literature. I did mythology. I spoke about politics, although used to be only tethered with history. I lifted that one. I did debunking series. I did movie trailers. I did so many different things, and that's because that's how I like the channel. I love the channel to be free, a free expression of what I'm interested in. I know it's going to be a wild ride that way, but then again, if you are...
Eli, voice down, please.
Here because you enjoy hearing my opinion and positions on these things, I hope.
What?
then this happened.
Cool.
So cool.
Eli, you need to calm it.
I can give you food, but
I'm no yelling in the baby's face or ear. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
you'll be okay if sometimes I'll decide to talk about a topic that you specifically at an individual level you're not particularly interested in, but still I hope you would choose to support the channel. The problem is that I feel the one thing I did, particularly in the last few years, has been to allow myself to be put in a box. I put myself in a box of I'm the history guy. Why? Because of all the other types of content that I was doing, history was the one that was showing more solid success, apart from the political stuff. But then the political stuff, people kept insulting me and calling me a grifter. So at one point I was like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't talk about these things. And so I tried to focus on history, and I put myself in a box. And that was wrong, because I allowed people to control me. Not anymore. Since the assassination of Charlie Kirk, something snapped with me. I was close to snapping, I'll be honest with you, because even when I tried to minimize political commentary, even when I tried to focus on my own historical thing, talking about Romans, even when I was doing that, people, particularly on the radical left, kept insulting me, kept attacking me. And specifically, in fact, last year, which has been the least political of all of my years on YouTube, the exception being maybe the very beginning, inception of the channel, has been the year where I've received most hit pieces against me, specific slanderous pieces, defamation videos created by the radical left, because they hate me. They hate me no matter what I do. So I was already close to, they hate me anyways, I might as well just speak my mind freely, but I was still a little resistant. And then it happened. Charlie Kirk was killed, and I understood by looking at all of these people, I realized at that point that all of that effort, not only it net nothing. People still hated me. Reddit is still full of people who wish me dead. I realized that the same way those people that I allowed to have a say onto what I do on this channel, my own channel that I created out of thin air with 12 years of work, the very same people that were laughing at Charlie Kirk's death and celebrating it would do the same with me, regardless of the sort of content modifications that I do. So at that point I snapped. Particularly because of the clip, not only the clip of the assassination of Charlie proper, that was terrible, but also the clips of all the people laughing, and in combination with the clip that he recorded on a separate day on studio with his little girl running towards him and hugging him. That really put me in a position where I decided, not anymore. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I don't. I'll just talk about whatever I want, whenever I want. I lift all restrictions. This channel will be a complete freedom channel. Today, I'll talk about content creation on YouTube and analytics. Tomorrow, I'll talk about history. The day after, I'll talk about politics. The day after that, if I feel like playing the piano, like I did a few times, I'll play the freaking piano. And then if I want to speak about political matters, as I am right now due to the recent event with Charlie Kirk, then I will. And of course, I do respect you, not the people that call me a grifter. I don't care about them. They hate me anyways. But I do care about those among you that are like, you know, when I subscribed, I actually liked your language content and you're not doing it anymore. Or I loved when you were doing gaming and you're not doing it anymore. Or I loved it when you did history and now you're doing politics, and maybe some of you do appreciate the politics, as you tell me in the comments, but you also miss the historical content. And that's why, as a solution, I created dedicated channels, dedicated specialized channels. The most recent addition to my channels is Metatron History. We're almost at 5,000 subscribers. I post twice a week, and this channel will only have history, nothing else. So if you're watching my videos here and you're like, oh yeah, this is really good, I like the content, but man, I wish I could watch a history. Today I was in the mood for one of your history videos, and unfortunately instead today you decided to talk about something else. I don't even know, immigration. Then check this channel out. Check this channel out, and you'll only find history. And when I say history, I mean not only original content that will only be posted on this channel, but also re-edited versions of older videos that now I'm going to touch up, improve on, and repost on this channel. Now, does the existence of this Metatron History mean that I will never talk about history on Metatron Main? No, I will. But on Metatron Main, it's still going to be complete stream of consciousness. So when that's going to happen? No idea. So this is going to be a good way for you to just get your history, pure history content from me, if that's what you prefer. We then have the successful Metatrons Academy. Hello, I have 137,000 subscribers, 300 plus videos, only about languages. So if you like my language content, this is where you can find it. All of these will be linked in the description, by the way. And I do post a lot on this channel. I used to post daily. Lately, I haven't been able to maintain the daily upload, but I do upload multiple times a week, and I will try to get back to daily. Also, hello, Noble Ones, and welcome. Protectorate at 15,000 subscribers, all about geeking out, video games, all that kind of stuff, old tech, retro gaming, playthroughs, trailer reactions. It's a great channel, all for video games. And so if that's what you want, here is the channel for you. Welcome to D&D. And then we also have Metatron clips if you enjoy clipped content. All in all, apart from all of these discussions and my calls to freedom and saying it's my channel, so I should be allowed to express my mind freely and all of this, which I think most of you will understand my point of view, and you can still have your own opinion, of course, and say, hey, you're free to speak about whatever you want, but I'm just going to skip these next 3 uploads and I'll just watch the 4th one because I'm not interested in these 3, and that's totally fair. At the end of the day, I do want to thank you anyways for all of you who have stuck around and just continue to support my content. I've seen people saying, hey, usually I prefer your historical content, but I'm just here for you. I appreciate hearing you talk about these things. And then they were polite in suggesting I would still love for you to cover like whatever it is that you like, whether it be history or whatnot. I prefer that kind of content, and the way that you have expressed it, it was polite and civil. Then I do hear you, I heard you. That is why I've been creating the extra channel, and of course I will continue to post videos like that whenever I feel that that's something I want to talk about on this channel, that, as we said, has basically become my own personal journal of my mind. But as I say, massive thanks to all of you. Thank you to the people who moved on to Patreon and have been supporting me over there. Thank you for all the people who bought memberships for this channel. Your support is something that I never give for granted. And that's something that I do want to express and make sure that it is well known. Because even though sometimes when I respond to people, you notice I respond in kind. So when people in the comments are polite, I always respond politely and say, yeah, don't worry about it. No, I will post to my history channel. But in the meantime, if you don't want to wait, there's this other dedicated channel and whatnot. To the people that have been obnoxious, condescending, and really stepping a line that is the line of these weird parasocial relationships that sometimes people can make, whereby they truly believe that they have a say, or that they can control, or that they can shame the type of content you make in order to, as if the entire universe revolved around them. Then yes, even though I have been quite strongly worded against these people, I do want to underline that I have nothing against you if you just politely share a preference in the type of content that you like to watch. And the reason why, and the reason I demonstrate this and flesh it out from words into actions, was by creating dedicated specialized channels, which I have shared with you today. So if you do appreciate the content here and you wish to continue to support me here, it means the world to me, and I will always thank you. But at the same time, if it's just one of those days that you woke up in the morning and you're thinking, you know what, today I don't want to talk about politics, I don't want to look into drama, today I just want video games, boom, you've got Metatron Protectorate. If you were into language mood, you've got Metatron's Academy. If you were into history, pure history, nothing else, you've got now Metatron History. And I hope that you'll be following me on all those different social media platforms, and thank you for your patience and support. Metatron as a channel has returned finally to freedom, and I've never felt better. I'll be honest with you. I've never felt better and so I think that's important as well, because at the end of the day, this is YouTube, you meaning me in this case. And even though I think trying to make sure that our audiences, you guys, are the reason, you noble ones, that I can do this in the first place, I will always be grateful to you. And so trying to make sure that you produce content that people love is a very important aspect of content creation. But at the same time, I do want to feel free to say what matters to me. And if a day that doesn't coincide with what you like, well, do keep in mind that I post twice a day on this channel, so perhaps, and also that I post on all the other channels. So I still give the power to you to choose what you want to watch. But I would ask respectfully to please avoid trying to not only put me in a box, but tell me what I'm allowed to speak about. Because that one I don't appreciate. And I know that it doesn't come, like, I've seen all sorts of comments. I've seen people pointing the finger, grifter, how dare you, I didn't subscribe for this, get lost, loser. Yeah, you think I care about people like this? No. And in fact, the people that unsubscribed specifically because I spoke against the assassination of Charlie Kirk, those are the same people that laughed and celebrated it. And so I'm glad that they unsubscribed. Good, I've sanitized the channel. I just want decent people. Maybe just be educational rather than political, if you know what I mean. That was what I wanted to do. And of course,
I think that we should have more Republicans on the show, but they don't want to come on. They're scared of us.
Have me on. Let me come on the show. I'm the nicest one out of all of them. I'm the friendliest. I'm the nicest. If I'm on the show, it will not turn into anything contentious or uncomfortable. Speaking of people who should repent, Joy Behar of The View says that she wants to have more Republicans on the show, but they're too scared to come on the show. Let's watch that clip.
I think that we should have more Republicans on the show, but they don't want to come on. They're scared of us. It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene says that she finds the Republican men afraid of powerful women. Well, that may be true of all the political persuasions. But if they would come on this show and they can explain to us what they're trying to do to this country.
Now, this is, of course, hilarious because literally every conservative commentator in existence would love to go on The View. Mm-hmm. We've all made pitches to The View countless times. There's a list of Republicans a mile long who not only would come on, but have asked to come on and have been turned down. Because what they're really looking for, of course, is a Democrat light, is a Democrat in a Republican skin suit. And that's what they want. And if they do actually have a real conservative on the show, which has almost never happened, that'll be it, right? If they were actually sincere about this, we'd love to have these people on. Well, it's only going to happen once. Only one of us will get a shot, because after that, it'll never happen again, and that person will ruin it for the rest of us. And if that's the case, bearing all that in mind, let me just say to Joy Behar, I'm your guy. Okay, I'd love to come on. I'm the one. Pick me. Put me in, coach.
Pick him. Do it.
I'm ready. Okay, let's do this.
Put him in.
Now, it's quite possible, I think, that Joy isn't very familiar with me. I'm sure she doesn't really follow conservative media very much.
Not
some of the other hosts don't. The producers don't. Nobody involved with The View has any idea. Probably don't listen to very many right-wing podcasts. So I thought this is a good.
I still don't like them.
Good opportunity to just sort of introduce myself and make my appeal. And I'm hoping that somebody will show this clip to the powers that be over at The View, show it to Joy Behar. And let me just say that Joy, first of all, I believe you. Okay, I know a lot of conservatives are like, well, you don't really want a Republican on. I think that you do, because from what I can tell, watching the show every day, and I watch it every day, I'm a big fan, and I have great respect for you and for the other brilliant women of The View, and I know that you're sincere. You would never say something that you don't believe, and that's why I have so much. I'm always talking about how much respect I have for you. My audience will vouch for that. They'll tell you every time I talk about The View, the audience goes, "Oh, there's Matt again, talking about his favorite show." that he loves and respects so much. It's kind of it's like an inside joke now in the audience, and you and I have disagreements. I'm not going to deny that, but if you have me on the show, it will be a respectful dialogue.
It would be the highest rated show of The View ever.
And listen, I'll admit you guys are brilliant. I'll probably lose. Okay, can I admit that? I'll admit it. I'm not afraid to admit it. Just being honest, I don't like my chances. When I watch this show and I watch you guys dealing with the issues, I think, man, they know their stuff. And
they know their stuff.
I'm a little nervous to come on, but geez, I think it would be such a fun dialogue. It's all about the dialogue, That's what I always say. It's about the dialogue, and it's about having fun. Those are the two things that matter to me. And I'm a very warm and positive guy. I'm very friendly. There are. I don't get into anger, shouting, sarcasm. Not my style. Like to keep it light. I like to have fun. Keep it positive. So let's just try a couple of segments. I'll come on next week. We'll do a segment or two. If we don't have fun, I'll leave. But I think we'll have a blast. That's what I think. I think afterwards we'll all go out, get a cup of coffee and a pastry. Okay, that's actually what I think is going to happen. And there are a lot of conservative commentators I've seen who are responding to that clip of you, Joy, and they're saying, "Oh, hey, have me on. I'll destroy you." I'm not saying that. And you shouldn't have any of them on. You know what? Forget about those people. Have me on. Let me come on the show. I'm the nicest one out of all of them. I'm the friendliest. I'm the nicest. And if I'm on the show, it will not turn into anything contentious or uncomfortable. It's not my thing. Contentious, uncomfortable, not my thing, not my vibe, not my style. And can I also tell you, these other conservatives that are pitching your show, the other conservatives in the company I work for have pitched you also. And I like all these guys, but just between you and me, they're pretty extreme. But let's be honest. Very right wing. You need someone who's moderate, who's down the middle, and that's me. I'm that guy. I'm more of a, I'm like a Bill Kristol Republican. I'm more of a Michael Steele. I'm like a Colin Powell type Republican. That's my thing. I'm an Adam Kinzinger Republican. So that's it. If you want to have those other guys on, that's fine too. I would say, but let me go first. Let's get warmed up. I think you should have a guy like me on. It's a little bit easier. It's gonna be much less contentious, much less. And so you just kind of get into the flow of it. And if you want to have more Republicans on after me, then you can or not, but really it's up to you. And so anyway, I'm just hoping we can get this in front of the View producers and hosts. And they don't know much about our world, so I'm just kind of a little bit of introduction. That's it. And I'm hoping we can have this conversation. I really am. I think it's going to be really productive. If you'd like to see what else I have to say, you can access my full show by going to dailywire.com or by going to the Matt Walsh Show Twitter page.
I have never seen the Democrats this level of cooked. They are actually lashing out with this amount of cooked that they have been. It's insane. We have more sombrero memes. Trump and Vance have been on fire. AOC and Bernie Sanders went on CNN. They got a lowball interview and they absolutely humiliated themselves. I'm excited to see what we got today. All right, you are so not ready for the level of absolute obliteration on the other side. All right, so Donald Trump made one of the craziest tweets of all time. A huge thank you to all the No Kings protesters yesterday. I was very concerned a king was trying to take my place. But thanks to your tireless efforts, I am still your president. Great job, all. This is cinema, all right? So the No Kings, guys, is a group of Hamas-supporting, Antifa-supporting gay theists that are essentially rioting in the streets, talking about how Trump is a dictator, and this is his response. Absolute cinema. Right? Now, this is amazing. Now, Vance has also been on fire. So there was a group chat leaked of a couple of Republican college guys where they were like saying slurs and shit and like edgy jokes. So everyone's obviously telling Trump and Vance that they have to condemn it. So Vance makes one of the craziest tweets of all time. This is far worse than anything said in the college group chat, and the guy who said it could become the Attorney General of Virginia. I refuse to join the pearl clutching when powerful people call for political violence. This is a post from Jay Jones, who is literally saying, yes, he hopes for the death of Jennifer Gilbert, a Republican, her and her children. I actually covered this in a previous video if you want the full lore, but I have to show you exactly why the leftoids are absolutely furious. So this tweet didn't just go a little viral, this tweet went very viral. This has not only 153,000 likes, this has 22.5 million views. This was absolutely everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Like unreal levels of everywhere. Everyone's calling him a Nazi. They're saying he's defending Hitler. And JD Vance made another tweet today. Mr. President, a second JD Vance tweet has hit the tower. A friend shared these truly disturbed messages from a young Republican group chat. Oh my God, did JD cave? The group's leader genuinely calls for the murdering of the children of his political opponents. Oh wait, actually, this is Jay Jones, the Democrat running for Attorney General in Virginia. Same text messages once again. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. This is crazy. It's crazy that he doubled down. Like, dude, it's almost like you can't bully people anymore with your platitudes and just calling people Nazis. And it's almost like that doesn't work. Now, the leftoids are having a bit of a bad day, because while the rightoids are having a really fun time in society, making fun of the retards on the other side, you know, the party of terrorists, illegal invaders, and gay theists, like, we're literally just obliterating them in the culture war. Like, we are the dominant culture in society, and it's insane to live like this. So the White House posted this little video of Bernie Sanders on a CNN interview, which we are going to be looking at a little bit of it in a bit. But let's see what they did here.
Republicans have been appealing to audiences, especially young people like myself, online using social media. Why does Republican messaging on social media seem so much more effective than Democratic messaging, and what can we do about it?
Well, that's a great question.
We like that.
I think the Republicans are effective.
Like their legals.
They have learned a lot about social media.
Oh.
Media. And by the way, it doesn't hurt that they have friends.
Oh my God! I can't believe they keep doing this.
Social media platforms.
Republicans.
I can't believe they keep doing this, man. I can't believe they keep doing this. It's insane.
Hilarious that they do.
Wanted to live in a society where this was happening. It's insane. Now, the reason is very obvious. It's because the Republicans are saying the logical things, and the Democrats are literally fighting for fucking losers and retards, and that's why the Republicans have such a stranglehold on social media as opposed to the mainstream media, because social media and not mainstream media is actually something that cannot be controlled by the oligarchy, which is actually the leftists, it turns out. Now, the funny part of society is you are so cooked. You are so cooked. It's crazy. Like, you are a joke of the entire culture war.
I didn't see it. Many of you saw it.
Not a big fan,
this is him talking about the communists getting together, AOC, Bernie Sanders.
CNN hosts the first socialist town hall where Bernie Sanders and AOC said the quiet parts out loud. They don't know what they want to end the shutdown.
Right? Because as it stands right now, the government is shut down. I've covered this also in a previous video. The Democrats essentially voted to shut the government down unless Trump capitulates to their demands and gives health care to illegal aliens.
No, thank you.
What?
I'm not paying for that.
That's what they voted for. They're trying to blame it on the right. No one is falling for it because... honestly, we have decentralized media. The only reason why people don't know about this, because the media has been reporting it the Democrat way. The media has been saying it's Trump's government, so it's a Trump shutdown. But now that we have decentralized media, we literally know that's a lie, and they voted the government to shut down.
They couldn't provide a single viable solution for the mess that they themselves have gleefully
giving the power to the president to fire more people that
those
don't
are
need to
the
work
real
in the
leaders of
government.
the Democrat Party. We all know it.
Shrink it down, make it smaller.
And Bernie, good luck with that. And middle.
Good luck with that. You're left with the socialists. The moderate Democrats are fucked. They're so cooked.
That Chuck Schumer is actually bragging that every day gets better for his party. As you know, that is his words, not ours. All this would be laughable if it didn't come at the cost of American families. I didn't see.
Yeah, well, anywho, someone in my chat thinks that they're debunking me because it turns out algorithms exist that curate content that you are exposed to, which is why somehow that sounds like it's a right-wing thing. No, actually, it's just most people that go to the right find the right-wing rabbit hole, as they call it, because it's just objectively more accurate and true. That's why. Anyway, I wanted to show you this tweet from Charlie Kirk, because not a day goes by that I don't think of him, to be honest. I'll be completely frank with you. Dear Democrats, please listen to AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Elie Mystal. Please go further left. Please keep claiming to fight the oligarchy while taking checks from George Soros, Mark Benioff, Lorraine Powell Jobs, and Hoffman. Please keep advocating for the elimination of all voter registration laws. Please keep fighting for the illegals over the Americans. Please keep pushing men and women's sports. Please keep cheering for the vandalism of Democrat voters' Teslas. Please keep pushing the same policies that led to a net loss of 268,000 California residents, 93,000 Illinois residents, and 179,000 New York residents in in 2023 alone. Please keep swirling radically left. We'll take it from here. And it shows the chart how essentially this was the right, this was the center, and this was the left, and this is where the left is now.
Yeah, they just keep going to the extreme.
Like, the charts don't lie. So
no,
this is actually insane.
I don't know about the true chart,
this
but
little compilation of
it kind of seems
really
realistic with how far they've gone.
Kind of has been. Even though a lot of people liked him,
yeah,
I've always thought he was
pretty
retarded
stupid.
I think socialism is retarded.
I never liked Bernie.
And gay and
a lot of friends liked him, but
immoral out of those three.
He didn't.
I truly believe that when God said,
he made his own profit. He made his own bank. He looked out for himself. That was it. He never actually did anything other than had a talking point. That was implausible without a solution.
From the sweat of your brow you shall eat bread. In Genesis 2, all right? So, realistically, you're supposed to get a fucking job. Anyway, let's see Bernie Sanders.
This great country of ours is moving very rapidly in the direction
Same talking point
of
every
oligarchy.
Year.
The United States of America today is increasingly becoming an oligarchy. More and more moving toward an oligarchy. We are moving in the direction of oligarchy.
Everything's an oligarchy.
We will move even more rapidly in the direction of an oligarchy. This great country is evolving into an oligarchic society. It is called oligarchy.
Good job, bud.
And that is the system we are rapidly moving toward.
Yeah,
this is a budget
you just
that
can't be on
moves
camera
our
without a
country
shirt pants
rapidly
on, buddy.
into the direction of oligarchy. A handful of billionaires are moving this entire planet toward an oligarchic society.
Start off with the bad news, which is pretty bad, and that is that under Donald Trump, this country is hurtling rapidly toward oligarchy.
Oh, he changed it. He added rapidly.
Bro's been saying this for the past 30 fucking years. Right,
yeah, this guy's been saying it for way too long.
We have been since 1993. So this is the craziest part of all time. It's the fact that you've played your cards, old man. Right? We know how you operate. But you're gonna blame Trump for this when we've been rapidly barreling towards oligarchy for 22 years? Like, dude, we for 32
Doesn't matter what
years,
party was in charge.
Oh my God.
Bernie just said the same thing. He made his profit off of it, and now he's got like 5 houses. What a socialist! He's a champagne socialist. That's
like,
what
dude,
he is.
He literally. And again, let me make something clear. This guy is the oligarchy. This is a guy who was paid millions of dollars from giant pharmaceutical companies. That's why every time he sits there and shits out random platitudes about free healthcare, dog, the pharmaceutical companies are literally paying you to incentivize using pharmaceutical drugs and ban the use of cheap alternatives. You are the healthcare problem in this country. Like, these people suck. Like, they really suck. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So
Bernie
anyway,
and
Caroline
AOC,
Leavitt echoes
complete
the words,
idiots. I love
that
Caroline.
People are noticing that the leftists are getting absolutely obliterated, and it's the radicals that are really taking hold of the entire party.
And I don't know if you guys caught the CNN town hall last night with AOC and Bernie Sanders, but I sure did. And it's very clear that they are now the leaders of the Democrat Party. And the Democrats are in complete disarray. And we hope a few moderate Democrats with some common sense will step up to the plate and do the right thing to vote to open the federal government.
Based as fuck.
Hopefully.
Because the reality is the left is a retarded.
We got Fetterman already. That's great. Actually, Fetterman's probably the only Democrat with a brain, and they were making fun of him for being crazy like years ago when he had a stroke.
For me personally, who really just enjoys the fireworks of it all, the chaos is incredibly hilarious, and also the fact that again, there's no honor among thieves. Demons can't work together, man. I feel like this is we are living in a biblical resurgence in this country. It's truly beautiful to see. It really is. It's incredible. So anyway, the Black Conservative Perspective made a video on the meltdowns in the CNN town hall because the socialists decided that they were going to talk for their party. Dude, it is absolute insanity.
And then there's Hakeem Jeffries.
That the leaders of the Democratic Party are the radical leftoids, and the normal-ish Democrats are just absolutely cooked because none of them believe in the transgenderism bullshit. None of them believe in any of this retarded shit. They just have to say it to appease their party, and they have gotten completely hijacked.
They don't have to say it to appease the party. They have to say it to appease the minuscule amount of people that stand with them or have been brainwashed to stand with this trans movement. It all started with the LGB getting married, which, you know what? You want to do it through the government, fine, but you ain't doing it in my church. And then that continued to proceed to trans, and now you're having this furry movement, and now you're going to have a pedo movement next. And it's like, what? Where's the line? Where do you draw the line at this point? It should have been back at the marriage part for the LGB, but it wasn't, because they kept taking miles and miles and miles after that, and it has become a cult ever since.
By radical Hamas supporting fucking trans Tifa communists.
They're adults.
This is what
they can
happened
live
to
the way
party
they want to live,
because they decided to keep going further
don't
and
push
further
that
and further
lifestyle
left,
on other people.
supporting
Don't force it
illegal
down people's throats. It's so sickening and disgusting and annoying.
immigrants over American citizens.
What's your question?
Yes, thank you for your time, Senator. How do you think this shutdown reflects on Chuck Schumer's leadership?
Well, I think it reflects more on Mike Johnson's leadership.
Yep, it reflects on not the guy that voted to shut down the government, but the government that's trying to not get shut down. Makes sense to me.
And President Trump's leadership.
Dude, this is CNN, okay? These are literally all softball questions. This dude is holding back his fucking smile. He's like, bro, you literally voted to shut down the government. You voted to shut down the government.
This is a leadership which said
it's okay to give it.
Well, how do you feel?
Did you see that? Look at him.
You literally voted to shut down the government.
That is
you voted to shut down the government.
This is a leadership which said
he shook his head no. He doesn't agree with Bernie.
Tell me, think it's a good idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the richest people in the country and then make massive cuts to healthcare for working class people?
For those that are unaware, this is the most disingenuous, evil framing. Look how smug he looks over there, because he really thinks that this is like the ultimate fucking gotcha moment. The reality is Trump's tax breaks affect the middle class in society the most of anyone, more than the ultra rich and more than the ultra poor. It is literally designed to help the middle class, and that is exactly what it does. Anything that is not saying that is a lie. All right. So to be clear, I think that that is a good thing. Realistically, that is a good thing. I think aiming to make the middle class the best is great, actually. So this is pretty awesome. So he's lying. And also the other thing that's important to note is what the Democrats are fighting for is infinite health care, Jutu, where any illegal that breaks into the country, that goes to an emergency room,
gets healthcare,
would literally get their entire health care funded by us taxpayers.
I think Chuck Schumer has voted for continuing resolutions 13 times in the last 4 years, and he has the opportunity to vote for one again, but he's refusing to come to the table.
I think, look, as I have said.
What do you think about it? He starts talking. No, oligarchy.
No,
stop
my
talking,
gosh.
Stop talking.
You're breaking my narrative.
There are 53 Republicans in the Senate, correct?
Yes.
They need 60.
Right.
What does that mean? It means you have to talk to the other side.
Bro, why don't you talk to the other side, you fucking Muppet? What are you even talking about? Like, this is insane. This is crazy.
You have to talk.
He's basically saying,
he sounds like a 60-year-old
because they don't have a
supermajority,
they have to literally cave to all of our demands, and we're gonna hold the whole country hostage. That's right. We've learned from the Hamas terrorists that the best thing to do is to use human shields, because it's very effective. So that's what we're doing. Exactly. Hamas tactics. We figured that's the best way to go. Like, dude, this is insanity. Like, do you understand what he's saying?
Mike Johnson is not talking. John Thune is not talking. President Trump is...
When he says talking, he means capitulate to our demands of giving free healthcare to illegal immigrants.
Not talking. That is the problem.
Well,
because you guys are not
what do you think the problem is?
At all.
No.
And not voting on anything that you've agreed with for the past 13 months.
Wait. So y'all to talk about the full-blown socialist meltdown that went down on CNN, okay? The Communist News Network, who hosted their comrades, Bernie Sanders and AOC, okay? Now, during this town hall, AOC and Bernie Sanders, they got confronted with some tough questions. In this video, we're going to focus more on questions surrounding the shutdown, okay? That is happening because of Democrats. If you have two brain cells to rub together, you know that the shutdown is being caused by Democrats. Again, we're going to...
Okay, let me make this clear. You need 50 votes to open the... you need 60 votes to open the government. There are 53 Republicans. They all voted to open the government. You need 7 of the Democrats to come to the table. That didn't happen. It's literally all their fault.
Yeah.
Get more into it. But the main reason why the shutdown is happening, again, is because you have Democrats trying to appeal to the far left, okay? The far left extremists want Democrats to do anything they can to stop Trump, including
You have to understand exactly the war that's going on here. Yes, they're communists, but also they're radical leftist anti-Trumpers. Trump derangement syndrome operated lobotomites. And essentially, the way they're running their entire government, their campaign, their strategy is Trump bad. So they're willing to take the entire government hostage just to say Trump bad.
Getting shot, right? So shutting down the government, okay, according to a leftist, is not too much to ask.
Yeah, Fetterman and Rand Paul apparently voted with the Republicans.
Yeah,
but again,
Rand
they
Paul.
needed 7 and they couldn't get 7.
The Democrats to do, okay? And Chuck
No,
Schumer,
Rand Paul voted with the
The people that
Democrats.
allegedly cared about the government workers
are capitulating to these demands because they're afraid.
They'd be like, no, Trump, you can't fire the government workers. You can't fire people. You can't do that.
He can.
Anyway, we're shutting down the government.
Right? The leftists smell blood in the water.
Rand Paul voted no and he's a Republican. Whatever, man. I can't keep track of all the retards, bro. It didn't happen, basically.
I don't like Rand
Trying
Paul.
to primary and to get rid of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, who are the current leaders of the Democrat Party. And AOC is one of the candidates that is being named to go after Chuck Schumer, okay? If an election was held in New York today, I think that Chuck Schumer would get blown out by AOC. And I think that's the primary reason why you see Chuck Schumer trying to play tough, okay? The sad reality for Chuck Schumer is that I think he's cooked no matter what he does, right? But regardless, the truth being aired on CNN's network triggered AOC, obviously. Take a look.
But are you saying that Senator Schumer should not be worried about a primary challenge from you?
All right. Let me This is what we're
talking about.
Air for brains.
This is exactly what we're talking
This is what we're
You have a country that is falling apart. We had a housing crisis, a healthcare crisis, an education crisis.
No, it's coming back together after you guys
inequality, a corrupt campaign finance system, and the media says, "Oh, you're going to run? What are you going to run for?" Nobody cares. So run more towards
Nobody cares. It's the House Speaker and President Trump and the Vice President saying it.
All right.
Pardon?
Well, of course, they're saying it to deflect attention away from the real issue.
Exactly.
And here, let me tell you what the real issue is. Let's see if CNN talks about it. We're living in the richest country in the history of the world, right?
Yeah.
All right, you
So?
tell me why we're the only nation not to guarantee health care to all people.
Because
the only nation.
Every other nation doesn't have to pay for the military. They don't have to pay for any defense spending. They get to waste their money because they have America to protect them. That is why we have more responsibility as a world power. And thus, we have the income and financial resolution to say capitalism shall rule, and we should play that through all courts. Not just sales and stuff, but through our medical system and everything. It should all be a capitalist society. Not that capitalism is always the best, but it's better than what we've seen from other countries. Socialism, it ain't gonna work.
I'm actually dying. Are you planning on running against? Oh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? The real issue here is the country's on the brink of collapse. All we're doing is rioting in the streets and blowing up Teslas. I mean, this is crazy. Oh my god. Maybe it's because free healthcare is a shitty system.
Yeah,
Did anyone consider that?
Making you wait, what, a year or 2 years till you can see a health a professional of some sort because everybody's got healthcare?
Perhaps. Did anyone consider that free healthcare is a shitty system? Because there's nothing that's free. Free healthcare just means that people that actually work are going to be paying for other people's healthcare.
Like
and
triple them out.
That you will not get appointments. Look, I lived in America. I lived in Canada. Canada is free healthcare basically for the most part. If you want an appointment, you have to wait 10 to 15 months for an appointment.
Exactly.
10 to 15 months. All right? So yeah, it's free, but you'll die before you...
Our taxes are being used much more efficiently than going towards, like, in defense of our country instead of going towards free healthcare. Could it eventually be a thing? Maybe. Especially with the tariffs and whatnot happening. Yeah, I could see it once we get our national debt down, but not right now. It's just another expense then that we have to pay through taxes. what we should really be paying our national debt down instead.
See a doctor. Like, that shit's insane. So free healthcare is a scam, to be clear. But so they're socialists, and they're people that are voting for them.
I'd prefer if we had control on the insurance companies and made their premiums not go so high.
It's actually kind of insane to see this. Now, with all that said and done, the country's not on the brink of collapse. You're retarded.
The only nation that to guarantee paid family and medical leave.
And also, I love how he's like the only nation that doesn't have free healthcare. Bro, they don't have free healthcare in fucking Qatar, okay? Like, can we shut the fuck up?
Why we have a $7.25 an hour minimum wage. Why we have 800,000 people sleeping out on the street. Why we have a president who...
Well, there are illegal immigrants that are living in a lot of those houses. I think we should deport them.
Denies the reality of climate change. Why we have oligarchs on top. Who have more and more.
Dude, like, it's insane. He'll just go out there and spout buzzwords. It's like, you really think that if Trump goes out there and is like, I acknowledge climate change, all of a sudden homeless people are going to have homes? Are you insane?
Power every day. Let's talk about that issue, not her own political future. She'll decide that.
Yeah. So you see that, you heard
Yikes.
That. Clearly,
he's talking for
nerve there, right? Asking that question about whether or not AOC is going to primary Chuck Schumer, right? And whether or not the shutdown is about that, because it's the truth, right? That's what it's about.
Well, it looks like
that's what it's about, okay? But AOC is not going to...
For the record, I'm pretty sure those are all Democrat-created problems that he was yelling and shrieking and screaming about. Like, it is insane that we have people listening to these people after they absolutely humiliated themselves.
Answer that question because she doesn't want to reveal... what her plan is going to be for 2028. I think that AOC could possibly make a run.
I mean, I think she's probably going to run for president.
At the presidency, right? At winning a Democrat primary. So with that being said, let's get into the topic of the government shutdown because they're going to be confronted by voters over the fact that the government is shut down and why is it that Democrats are continuing to keep the government shut down. Despite the fact that Republicans have a
humiliating.
CR.
It really is. Like, they are the party of hypocrites and losers. It is insane how hypocritical and pathetic they are. And it's all of them, man. It's all of them. How dare you fire government workers? Anyway, we're gonna shut down the government. Like, dude, it's crazy.
Right now, where people aren't getting paid, and Democrats, their political games, they're hurting people, right? So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
Senator Bobby Harms is joining us. She's a bartender from Horn Lake, Mississippi. She is a Democrat. She submitted her question via video.
A Democrat from Mississippi.
Indeed.
All right. There we go.
My American dream has turned into a nightmare. My family was only days away from closing on a USDA loan for our dream home. Then came news of the shutdown, and now we face uncertainty.
Oh, yeah. Hit them in the emotional balls. That's right, baby.
Our lease is up, and now we have to move. The shutdown is costing us our chance to live our dream. What are you doing to end this stalemate and help restore faith in our elected officials, the people I helped to choose to guard my American dream?
We're going to do everything that we can.
Platitude, useless answer, unbelievable.
To bring an end to this terrible shutdown, which is hurting you.
You are doing it.
Yeah,
you are voting for the shutdown.
Just vote yes.
And which is hurting 1 million federal employees and millions of
people. You are doing all of this.
People who use
I don't think we need 1 million federal employees, though.
But also, we have got to be cognizant.
I mean, we need a postman, we need our air traffic controllers,
fight,
police officers,
Trump is going to win this fight.
Stuff, but
the system could
I'm sure there's cuts that could be made.
And tens of thousands
and are going to be made.
It's pathetic. It's literally your fault. This is insane.
Thousands of people could die every single year.
Oh my God! What? This is
Fear
crazy.
mongering.
It's like we're not doing it, but also we are doing it.
That's
but the reason
unheard
we're
of
doing
from the
it
left.
is because if Trump
Fear-mongering.
wins, 10,000 people a year are gonna die. There is going to be a poor person genocide in the country. Oh my God, these people suck. They're so pathetic. The fear-mongering is insane. Trump is gonna get elected and he is gonna kill transgender people. He is gonna deport all brown and black people from the country. Like, dude, I've heard this so many times.
Wow. There's not just brown black illegal.
He's retarded.
There's Europeans that are illegal.
Honest in regards
There's
to what
Chinese that are illegal.
It's about pressuring Trump. That's literally it.
Trump not winning, right? Let's be real. It's about not letting Trump, quote unquote, win. Everything else he said was bullshit, right? And then this is
like, dude, you have to understand. These are all free Palestine people until Trump frees Palestine. And they're like, actually, Palestine is
they don't need to be free.
I was thinking about it, and I realized
I was thinking about Syria.
Did a much better job with Palestine.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, it's insane. It's insane. Trump be like, don't take Tylenol, your kids will be autistic. Actually, I was thinking taking Tylenol as an autistic lady that's pregnant might actually increase your chances of having less headaches and is worthwhile.
Type of stuff from these socialists that I think that
think about how insane
they're all
it's
champagne
true that Trump closed the border and
they don't
200,000
care about anybody but
less deaths are gonna
themselves and their own
happen from
pockets.
But at the same time, he's
a
going
rigged
to have
system
illegal
for them.
immigrants dying because they can't
Just
get
make
into the
them
healthcare
richer.
system.
That's what it is.
Probably,
That's
maybe.
what's been happening.
Republicans, conservatives,
But also, we shouldn't deport them.
we got to do a better job at kind of addressing some of this stuff because Democrats pretend, or Bernie Sanders pretends as if he has the answer, right? We have the answer to the healthcare problem in this country. It's like, first of all,
dude, like every time I hear this, it makes me yawn. It makes me tired. It's like, we would have released the Epstein files. No, you literally wouldn't.
You didn't.
You were in power for 4 years, and you didn't release the Epstein files. Literally, shut up.
The FBI has been a corrupt
You were not going to do anything.
a while since Obama's
I can't stand these people.
regime.
And that's why, the Moist Critical video, everyone tells me, Nux, react to the Moist Critical video. He calls out Trump voters for being brainwashed because they do insider trading. Everyone does fucking insider trading. What do you want me to tell you, man? It's like, it's insane. It's like, yeah, it's true Trump didn't release the Epstein files. Neither did the last guys, by the way. It is insane. This dude is actively shitting himself in this photo, by the way.
And then we don't know what they doctored or destroyed along the way.
You would be talking about more so than anything is the fact that this country's obese, right? That is the number one.
I am filling my diaper as we speak.
Maybe so many people shouldn't be on Social Security that are overweight.
He's completely
give it to
right.
people
What
that
RFK Jr. is doing, a lot of people don't like him. I think what RFK Jr. is doing is amazing. Recognizing that there's a massive issue with fatties in this country is massively important.
Here in this country, right? Our country is obese, okay? And we also have bad things in our food, right? That also are making us sicker, and we refuse to acknowledge that. RFK is trying to
I can't get
fix that
Social
problem,
Security
and
right
Bernie
now.
Sanders is
I'm
against
fighting,
that, right? So
I'm probably
again,
gonna get
because
it
of those
this
two
time.
things.
Well, I mean, to be honest, the pharmaceutical companies are paying him money. Of course he's
I don't
against
know what
that.
I'm gonna do. 'Cause I can't pay
The more
attention
fat
that
people,
much.
the more insulin he could move. Are you out of your mind? Of course. Like, dude, do you understand how
We've
evil
been
the
able to
system
do
is?
physical labor.
He has a vested interest in fat people getting diabetes. Understand how corrupt a system is where you have a senator that literally gets rich off people getting diabetes.
Yep. That's him.
You know that Bernie is a fraud when it comes to his healthcare stuff, okay? Furthermore, more government is not an answer, okay?
Yeah.
More government is not an answer.
The
What
worst
Democrats are fighting for are subsidies for Obamacare, which was supposed to make healthcare affordable, right? But yet,
When did
they
the
added
left
these
become
subsidies
trust the
during
government
COVID, okay?
shows anyway?
Subsidies that we
Like,
didn't
when did that
need, but they
happen?
added them anyways, and now they want to extend the subsidies. Now, here's the thing. If Obamacare did what it promised it would do, if it would make healthcare more affordable, why do we need the subsidies in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Why do you need the subsidies if healthcare
Alright,
was
subsidizing
made
the
affordable by Obamacare, right?
It's because Obamacare
really
was a
wasn't.
terrible
They're paying
system
them
that
off.
we're kind of stuck with now, and Trump really is having a hard time getting rid of.
Democrats are admitting, okay, as they beg for more subsidies, that Obamacare didn't work.
No,
we need
it didn't.
more government money.
But because they want to increase your taxes, because they're socialists, which is the same exact thing as communism. It's just renamed, so it doesn't sound as bad. Like, it's insane, dude.
Right? We need to subsidize the healthcare system even more, which is not free, by the way. And
One
that's
thing that I'm learning from this entire government shutdown, by the way, is that it really didn't affect my life at all.
Go ahead, you know button to push, right?
And I am more than happy with firing
He
a
did
couple
it.
100,000 government employees right now.
The middle
Like,
button,
you know, I
right?
used to think about what's actually going to happen. I'm like, no, a
Good
lot of
job.
these people are kind of useless. I'll be real.
That's the thing that really bothers me about these people in their language. They claim, well, see, why don't we have free healthcare? Healthcare.
Because there's no such thing as free healthcare. It's a fake word. There's no such thing.
It is a fake
Nothing
word.
is free. If it's free, you're the product.
It's not free.
It's just paid for by people that work.
Okay? When the government is providing healthcare for everybody, mandated healthcare, right?
Including illegals.
That's paid for by everybody. Everybody pays for it. Taxpayers pay, but that would result in a significant increase in taxes on working people, right? Working people. And when you really look into this stuff, you really start to understand just like how messed up, how much of a scam the healthcare system is. But it's not because of the things that these people claim, right?
He's right.
It's because the government is in on the scam. It's not because there's not enough government. It's because the government is a part of the scam.
Yeah.
Okay?
That is true.
Obamacare was a big redistribution plan that they forced on red states.
Yep.
Right? They come out here and say, see, well, if these
And
subsidies
now you get arrested if you don't have insurance,
then red
or you
states
get
are going to
fined.
get hurt the most. Yeah, because Democrats forced Obamacare on conservatives or Republicans who didn't want it, right?
Yeah,
we were happy.
True.
Republicans were happy. Conservatives were happy before.
Nah, dude, Obamacare was a huge scam. Dude, I feel like Obama is still kind of shoving his hand up the ass of all these people.
Obamacare. But
He
they
definitely
forced Obamacare on
They're
these
all
red
definitely
states.
puppets
So
to
now
Obama.
they make the argument, well, see, if Republicans don't extend these subsidies, then they're hurting their voters. It's like, well,
No.
again, we're only in this situation because of Obamacare in the first place,
Mm-hmm.
right? Why are premiums going up every
Dude's
single year?
cooking.
Why did healthcare
He's
get
right.
more expensive if Obamacare was supposed to make healthcare affordable?
Because it's a scam.
But they want you to believe.
Because it not only did it crash the healthcare market, it crashed the housing market. It's a fucking scam. It's an absolute scam. Socialism is an absolute failure. All these government subsidies, they do not help. They only incentivize people to fucking ruin their lives and not work for themselves.
Yeah.
Throwing more money at the problem.
Almost like Obama didn't care after all.
It's going to make it affordable. It's not. Somebody's going to foot the bill. Somebody's going to foot the bill for these subsidies.
That's right.
Working people are footing the bill. That's what you understand. If you are working and you have private insurance, right? You're doing it the right way, okay? You get insurance through your employer. You pay your bills every single month. When you go to the doctor, you're being charged more than people who are on government health care.
Correct.
And then don't have health care, right?
Correct.
Like illegal immigrants. You're going to be charged more for your services because you have insurance, right?
Dude's cooking.
Yep.
And here's the kicker. If you don't meet your deductible, you're paying out of pocket for it anyways with higher costs because you're insured.
This is like the thing. Every single person is frustrated about this. It's so funny because I don't know anyone that's happy with healthcare. And this is a completely Democrat-created bullshit cesspool. Like, it's insane.
Right? Insurance only kicks in if you see the doctor enough, if you're sick enough, right?
Yep.
Right? And then obviously you have all the healthcare systems that try their absolute best to make believe you're not actually sick.
Point, if you're young and you're healthy and you don't get sick, right, you might be better off just not having insurance. I'm not saying that's advice. I'm just saying based off the way the current system's set up, because of the way that we subsidize healthcare for people who don't have private insurance, it makes the people who actually have private insurance, you are paying more. You're going to pay more. You go to the doctor. You're going to pay more in general because you have insurance. You're paying for it every single month, right? You're going to pay more. And guess what? What you pay goes to subsidize other people paying less, right? So again, it's not free. It's not free. So stop calling it free. That's what really annoys me.
I completely agree. I think the way the left bastardized words is one of the most
played words. They play word games.
Egregious, shitty things.
Why do you think Kamala Harris is such a word salad?
That the left has actually done. And it's not something that anyone actually talks about. Like, I feel like it's such a massive, important part of the discussion that just never gets had. Like, really, really and truly, think about how insane it is, right? Like, the word transphobia, it literally means a irrational fear of trans people. Islamophobia is an irrational fear of Islam.
No, we have irrational.
Bitch, it ain't an irrational fear. It's not irrational, all right? Listen. So, like, the way words get bastardized and used in the most disingenuous ways, quite honestly, to destroy you. They'll call you a fascist. They'll call you a Nazi, right? They'll use words to destroy you, and they'll warp them in every possible way that they can. So, yeah. Free healthcare is just another example of that.
Yeah.
Not free. Somebody's paying for it. Okay? And that's the problem with these people. They don't want to tell the truth. Who's paying for this? You're paying for it. Taxpayers are paying for it. And unlike these other countries that these people keep talking about, our country's fat, right? We're fat. We're unhealthy. We also have a military that protects all these other countries with so-called free healthcare, in which they pay an absorbent amount of taxes, by the way, right? They got to pay taxes in order to support that. But also on top of that, our military is basically their de facto military. You know, like Europe, you know, the socialized Europe. Well, they only can get away with the socialism because they don't really have a military, right? We're the military. So again, we can have socialism. We just wouldn't have a military. And it wouldn't be free, right? We'd be paying more in taxes. So, you know, it's just one of those things where I get very annoyed, right? The older I get, the more annoyed I get by these talking points from these leftists, because I can understand how
completely agree.
Young, who doesn't have life.
And the thing is, no, it's not just that. It's like you have to realize who he's talking about, right? You have to realize who he's talking about. And this is the most insane thing. These people are talking to the lowest common denominator of society. Like Bernie Sanders and AOC, they are talking to retards. And they're telling the retards, we'll give you free healthcare. And the retards believe it.
Experience, who actually hasn't dealt with the system, can see the appeal and stuff like this. But once you start to actually peel back the onion on this healthcare conversation, you start to realize, just like every other topic, like for example, higher education, when you talk about cost, inflation, government is the problem, right? You start to, no. The problem is not enough government. It's too much government. Obamacare made healthcare more expensive for people who have private insurance because you're subsidizing everybody else. Okay, these hospitals are required by law, right? When somebody's covered by Medicaid, this is why Medicaid, again, is such a problem. When somebody's covered by Medicaid, what Medicaid pays is what the hospital has to accept. Okay, they can't go and charge more. They got to accept the Medicaid payment is payment in full, and the government pays way less. Right? They're like, no, we're not going to pay what you're charging. We're going to pay less, and you have to take it because we're the government. So they lose money on that. They lose money on those patients. And then those patients are obese.
True.
They're more likely to be fat.
He's just cooking. It's insane.
To have more health issues, which means they're more likely to see the doctor.
Oh my God, he's cooking.
And every single time, the hospital loses money. And somebody with private insurance has to pay for it, right? Some working person that contributes to the system.
Correct.
Taxpayers have to pay for it, okay? When you realize that, when you understand that you're being swindled, that the government is swindling you, right? When it comes to
an obvious scam.
When you realize that the government, they're actually the ones that's in on the scam, then you realize just how full of BS somebody like Bernie Sanders and AOC and all of these lefties are when it comes to this topic. But again, it takes people actually understanding how this works, right? That again, subsidies aren't free, that somebody's footing the bill. Okay,
true.
Somebody's paying extra.
Free healthcare doesn't exist. It's literally a scam term.
True. For people to get quote unquote free healthcare.
Do you think Trump could win this fight?
No, we're gonna win it.
Yeah, okay.
We'll see. I doubt it.
Son, I don't want to look at it like a political fight. We're gonna win it.
Of course it is. This is literally a Trump derangement syndrome run fight.
Yeah. The American people are on our side. If you are, or you're a Republican congresswoman, you're going to go back to your district, and people are going to say to you, why are you doubling my insurance premiums? Why did you throw me off of health care?
Everybody's saying they don't want
fight
illegals on their healthcare.
Are not going to win.
Well, and
do you realize what this guy is like? This is diabolical. He's like, I am trying to fuck up the healthcare of the people in this country, so they realize they have no choice but to cave to my demands, or else people will die. Like, these people are actually using human fucking shields. Like, it is insane.
Yeah,
it is insane that this is even a legitimate political party in America.
Obvious question.
Yeah, again, so the question is, right, the real question is, why do you need the subsidy in the first place? Why is Obamacare not working, right? Why has the Affordable Care Act not made my health care affordable? That's the real question here.
And Representative, earlier you said that House Speaker Mike Johnson said he wants this shutdown to be one of the longest in history. I believe he said it could be one of the longest in history. He was saying that more of a warning about how long it could go on. I don't think it was a threat. But I do think people want to know how long they should brace for this to potentially go on for. Do you think by Thanksgiving the government could still be shut down?
I mean, I would certainly hope not. I would certainly hope not.
Probably will be if the
my
idiots
hope
don't
is that
vote
we're able
yes.
to resolve this as quickly as possible. I'm ready to negotiate. Bernie's ready to negotiate.
You're not a senator.
No, you're not. You're literally all liars. None of you want to negotiate. You literally just want Trump to completely cave to all of your demands, and you're holding the country hostage.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're doing.
We are all open
Bernie.
and ready to.
He's
is
not
anyone
ready
actually
to-
negotiating
he's
right
not
now?
ready.
Well,
Let me reiterate one point. Republicans aren't in town. How do you negotiate with people who refuse even to show up to do their job?
Because there's nothing to negotiate. I mean, let's be honest. What is there to negotiate? The Republicans have a clean CR to keep the government open. The same one the Democrats voted for like 4 or 5 times, right? The same exact one, Biden level spending, which I don't like, by the way, right? I'm not a fan of what Republicans are doing. But if we're going to be real about this, right?
They've already given what they're willing to give.
Have a clean CR that Democrats have voted for before. All Democrats got to do is say, yes, let's continue funding at the same level, and we'll negotiate the Obamacare stuff later. The Obamacare stuff has nothing to do with the shutdown. The Democrats are trying to make the shutdown about the Obamacare stuff. That's their excuse to shut down the government. But those are 2 completely different and distinct issues. So there's nothing to negotiate. If anything, again, the only thing to negotiate would be, well, we need to spend less money, right? We don't need to continue Biden level spending, right? That would be a legitimate reason to shut down the government, right? Which is to say, hey, the government's spending too much money. But the Democrats actually want the government to spend more money. That's what they're fighting.
The Democrat position is raising taxes.
Got it?
They have never been they're no longer the party of the people. You have to understand how insane it is. This is not the party of the people, despite the fact that they make it sound that way. They're the party for the criminals, the illegals, and the drug addicts of society. They are not the party of the average person that actually believes in the American dream. Like, dude, you have to understand, this guy takes millions from pharmaceutical companies. Millions. Everything he says about healthcare is fraud. Everything is a lie.
For right now, right? $1 trillion more in spending. That's what they're demanding.
Vacation for what, a month ago?
Yes. House Republicans have been on vacation for over.
But the Republican senators are here, and House Speaker Mike Johnson, we've had him on. He said, we've done our job. We passed the clean CR in the House. It's now up to the Senate to make these negotiations.
And again, you have to realize what they consider healthcare. No, dude, I'm sorry. I'm going on this tangent. You have to understand the levels of fraud they say. What they say is free healthcare. Free healthcare equals raise taxes so you could pay for the healthcare of illegal immigrants. All right? That's 1. 2, healthcare, according to them, includes transgender surgeries for children. 3, healthcare, according to them, means funding baby murder. All right?
Nope.
All right? Do you understand? Do you understand the evil that's going on here? Like, it's insane. It's insanity. Oh, my God. It is absolutely wild. And, of course, they just call it free healthcare, which sounds amazing. But it's a lie. It's literally a lie.
Pick up a phone, Caitlin. They need to pick up a phone. They're saying that they're.
Oh my God! I can't believe the Republicans are closing it by us voting for it to close. I can't believe it. I can't believe this is happening. It's absolutely unbelievable. We're voting the government to close. The government closes because of us, and it's literally all the Republicans' fault because they aren't caving to our deranged demands. I mean, we even have hostages, okay? People will die because of us, and it's all their fault. Unbelievable.
Doing all this work, they are twiddling their thumbs and talking to each other.
Maybe it's because they don't actually want
it's
your programs funding castrating of children and funding for illegal immigrants.
It is actually an
like, this is literally a bunch of retard socialists get together and try to gaslight people in front of CNN's 4 viewers and 6 people in airport lobbies.
Actionable abdication and refusal to work.
They refusal to work. No, that's socialism, actually.
I've never seen people who hate working so much.
Are you crazy? That is literally your entire voter base. The people that hate working, those are the ones that are voting for you.
Even working. Like, she doesn't work on anything. All she does is a talking head for the Democrat Socialist Party. That's all she is. She just votes on stuff. She doesn't like put in like changes, anything in the committees or anything like that. She's made zero policy changes. Zero. She's literally just a talking head and votes and backs up other parties' stuff. I don't even know what Bernie's done. Probably not much of the same.
In my life.
Or she went full Karen, baby.
Right. AOC is upset. She's upset because Republicans aren't groveling. Republicans aren't going to Democrats and saying, "Can you please, please, please?
No,
Could you please,
don't.
please, please?"
No, I'm really glad that the way that the Republicans are handling this so far.
Yeah.
Vote to open up the government. That is what they're upset about, right? They're upset because Republicans aren't.
They need to bend the knee.
Can I tell you another lie? Speaking of this whole lie about the oligarchy, the average billionaire is a Democrat. All right, we just debunked that entire theory, but that's just a fact. This is one of the biggest lies. Look at where all the look at literally where the concentration of all the billionaires in the country.
Democrats.
Literally, look at where they all are. They're all in California and New York. That's the majority of billionaires. They're blue. But you don't understand how insane it is.
Democrat presidents and Democrat
this is lies on top of lies on top of lies.
Getting to their demands, right? That's what they're mad about. See, because Democrats are pretending it's
hello.
They got the leverage because they're in the minority, right? So again, that's they're overplaying their hand. You don't have the leverage, okay? You are not in a position to demand anything right now, okay? You're not. You are the reason why the government's not open. You did not vote, or you're refusing to vote for the same continuing resolution that you voted for multiple times before. Again, people with common sense know this. And the longer that the government stays shut down, the more Democrats going to take the blame. Because more people are going to actually start to pay attention to the fact that
at some point, this is actually going to affect people. And they're going to be like, wait a second, why are we being affected this way? And they are going to start looking at it. And it's going to be like, because a bunch of Democrat retards voted to shut down the government. It's actually that simple.
Republicans almost on a daily basis are putting a vote on the floor to open back up the government, and Democrats are voting against it. At some point, you can't just gaslight the American people about who's actually keeping the government shut down, right? Because you can open
That's why they're doing these press conferences right now. They really think that some CNN town hall is going to pressure the Republicans into caving to their demands. They're delusional.
Government and talk about the healthcare stuff later. The healthcare stuff and the government being open, they're two separate things.
Genuinely, they won't even pick up the phone.
This is literally a hostage situation, and they're making believe they're the victims.
They won't. If I were Mike Johnson, you should be in that office negotiating with Hakeem Jeffries every damn day.
What? Nothing.
That's right. That's right.
We reopen this government, and any day that you don't do that is a failure.
Yeah, we really care about your moral platitudes. Yelling and screaming at us. You are embarrassing me because you are not groveling in front of a black man with a sombrero.
It is a failure. And until there is accountability for people who refuse to work, then
those are your voters.
And we're going to continue to be in this cycle.
Wow, I wish you would apply the same logic
to literally her entire voter base.
People that she's promising all this free stuff to, right?
Exactly.
When you refuse to work, right? When you refuse to be held accountable for the fact that you don't want to work, okay? Yeah, I mean, there are consequences for that.
Straight
right?
facts.
But, you know,
Straight
hey.
facts. I completely agree.
Apparently, AOC doesn't
No, but she only wants Republicans to work. She wants the Democrats to not work.
She wants the Democrats
She actually wants the Democrats
profit off of the Republicans.
to get free shit off the taxpayer dollars coming from the Republicans.
See that, okay, when it comes to her political ideology in general.
So, you know, in the Senate, the Senate Majority Leader is John Thune. He should be negotiating with Chuck Schumer. President Trump should be having congressional leaders in the White House. Do you see that every day? No, you don't, because they're playing golf and they're going to Mar-a-Lago.
What are they doing? What are they doing? Ending a war in Palestine? Who cares about the Palestinians, says AOC. Who cares about that? Dealing with China increasing fucking prices? Why does that even matter anymore? That shit's important.
and the House and Republicans in the House have been on vacation for weeks now.
Yeah,
we are here in Washington,
right
D.C. We are ready to work. We are ready to strike a deal. We're not here to just...
But they're literally not ready to strike a deal. Dude, if they were ready to strike a deal, they would make a deal. They're not negotiating. They're just saying cave to us or we hold the government hostage.
Be my way and the highway about everything, but what we're also not going to accept is the complete collapse of the American healthcare system. So
therefore they're collapsing the American healthcare system as a threat.
Just because the Republican Party has decided to take 1 million federal workers hostage.
Dude, they're voting. This is a democracy. What are you talking about? You are, by the way, the ones that are taking the hostages.
Healthcare system is not going to collapse, right? Because of what Republicans are doing. Okay, that's not going to happen. AOC clearly is being hyperbolic because when you don't have a strong argument, this is what you do, right? AOC again is mad that Republicans are not bending the knee. That's what she's upset about. She's upset because Republicans.
I really feel like there's this new vibe in the Republican Party that I'm really loving. It's just we just don't care anymore. We don't care about your words. We don't care about your talk shows and your little CNN town halls. We don't care about the names that you call us. We don't care about you trying your moral justification, saying both sides are the problem. We just don't care anymore. We just don't care. We don't care if you say it's a war crime when we stop narco-terrorists from fucking killing our people. We don't care. To quote J.D. Vance, Just Dance Vance, the 48th president of the United States, I don't give a shit what you call it. I don't care. I don't care. And I really feel like that's the sentiment. It's like, Vance, why don't you condemn leaked group chat text messages from some Republican guys in a college? Because I don't care. I just don't care. I don't care to fucking bend the knee to you.
Republicans are not bending the knee. She's literally melting down CNN because Mike Johnson Republicans aren't groveling at the feet of Democrats begging them for votes, right? That she's mad because, again, this is going to start to backfire the longer that this continues on.
Ask you on that because you before have said a government shutdown is like hostage taking when it comes to paychecks, because you came into office actually during a government shutdown, the longest in U.S. history. So what would you say to Republicans who say you're doing the hostage taking this time?
You mean the correct fact?
The correct fact, yeah.
Once again.
That's so dumb.
Wait, that was cinema.
You're doing the hostage taking this time.
And this is a softball interview literally run by the CNN cocksuckers, the Communist News Network.
Oh, man.
What?
Oh my God.
Her mind is blown. She wasn't expecting that.
Pick up the phone.
Pick up the phone. They're the ones that are in the lead. They're the ones that have done the same resolution for
do you realize
how many years now?
Is what you do in a hostage situation, right? Like you realize she's literally saying the quiet part out loud.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
We're playing that again.
That he pointed that out.
Pick up the phone. Yeah, we took hostages.
So release your hostage.
Negotiate for the hostages.
So what would you say to Republicans who say you're doing the hostage taking this time?
Once again, pick up the phone. They need to pick up the phone.
Pick up the phone.
And it's not hostage taking.
It's hostages released.
Right?
You literally just said it was hostage taking. And then they're like, but what if you're the hostage taker? And it's like, pick up the phone. It's not hostage taking. Oh my God. How did they make bitches this dumb?
We're all clocked in.
Well, again, the CR has been voting.
You are voting against it. I don't care how clocked in you are. This is insane. This is actually insanity.
Again, this is what I'm talking about. She's coming at this from the perspective of having leverage. That's the that's what you understand. That's the misunderstanding. You don't have the leverage for this, right? Republicans don't have to negotiate with you on this.
True.
Like, healthcare, Obamacare is not the same issue as keeping the government open. It's not the same thing. You're not going to mix the two issues. If Republicans did this to Democrats, they would be losing their minds. So, again, Democrats are desperate for a win.
And think about how insane it is that basically all of the media stations are running defense for the Democrats here. And it's just not working anymore.
This is desperation. This is them trying to show their base that, hey, we made Republicans.
Isn't it sad to think about how Ocasio-Cortez is going to die sad and alone because she's a girl boss feminist, and ultimately that just makes people just desperately unhappy? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy when you think of it from that perspective, that like she's like out here, but she's like a miserable, unhappy woman that's going to die alone. It's actually kind of sad. She just had a baby. Mazel tov. I hope that she spends a lot of time with that baby. I hope she does.
Have a baby?
Maybe she even decides, hey, you know what? Instead of literally lying on the news, we'll take care of that baby. I would respect the shit out of that.
It's been the knee. See, we made them come.
Did he have a baby? No, he wasn't pregnant. Oh, she's engaged. Riley Roberts, domestic partner Riley Roberts, engaged. Riley Roberts, who's that? This guy. Why is he with the AOC? Wow, he must be a feminine man.
Not.
I didn't know she was engaged, but
to the table and agree with us, right? That's all this is. It's a performance. It's a show for far left extremists. That's what this is. Far left extremists are holding the country hostage right now.
They really are. Like, you have to understand how insane it is. You have the far left on the streets of Portland, of Chirac. That's what we call Chicago on the channel. And the Portland and Chirac. Literally in the streets, you have the Antifa militant wing, you have the propaganda wing, which is the media, you have the actual Congress people that are actually taking the government hostage. Like, the radical left is the enemy of the nation, and it's time for people to wake the fuck up.
This is happening.
We're all clocked in to do the job. They're not even here.
Bro, you said that like 17 times.
When you're shutting it down.
You took hostages.
They're not even here, and so
they don't need to be. The CR is passed. It's been passed through the House. It's in the Senate. They're voting on it in the Senate. The Republicans in the Senate are there doing their jobs, voting to keep the government open. Your colleagues in the Senate are not. Again, Democrats.
Like, this is blatant misinformation and propaganda. It's disinformation and propaganda.
People being stupid.
I think we need to bring back the patriarchy. I'm just saying. We need to bring back the Communist Deportation Act of 1954 and start deporting communists. Denaturalize and deport. That's one. Yep. AI said she didn't have a baby, apparently. Grok says it's just through. I don't care. All right, she's a cat lady in her heart. All right, you could tell. Yep. All right, so one, we need to bring back the Communist Deportation Act, and two, we got to bring back the patriarchy, and three, we got to bring God back to the people. We got to bring these three things back, not necessarily in that order.
They rely on you being dumb.
God first.
Only somebody who thinks their voters are dumb could go on national television and to pretend as if this is not all the Democrats' fault. This is insane.
What are you doing?
It's not hostage taking as much as the fact that they refuse to show up and do the job.
Once again, the lawyers in the Senate, they need 60 votes. They don't have 60 votes.
Yeah,
be careful.
Because of you. Because of you.
We've got 53, or maybe 52. That means you have to sit down and talk to the other side.
Or you vote.
Yeah.
Like, it either comes from them or it comes
Senator Bernie
from
Sanders.
you. It is not complicated. They are not doing that.
Yeah, but
this is unbelievable.
The problem is your issue is not on the budget, right? The appropriations bill. That's not your issue. Your issue is not with the clean CR. Your issue is with something that has nothing to do with that. Like, and that's the problem. But you know,
that's why it's a literal hostage.
It's just very, very, very fascinating to see how Democrats are continuing to double and triple down on this. They have their No King's Day protest coming up this weekend. We're going to see how long this lasts. I mean, it has lasted longer than I thought, right? I was wrong. I thought the Democrats would fold a lot sooner. But again, it just shows you how weak the Democrats really are at this point.
Yeah, they're completely and utterly captured by the far left radical Trump derangement syndrome people. Like, dude, I really think that there's a far left threat in this country. It's a stranglehold on our culture, to be honest. It's a stranglehold on godly values, biblical values, basic truth, objective reality. These things mean nothing to these people, and they want to destroy us.
They don't.
It's insane. It's insane how obvious it is, and yet it's insane how nobody wants to talk about it.
In terms of everything.
The left. The far left extremists, they have now taken control of the Democrat Party. I mean, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffrey, they're puppets of the far left at this point.
True.
Right? Because that's the only reason why this is happening. So I think that this is just another sign of just weakness from Democrats. And it's really sad to see the way that they're going out. They're literally holding the country hostage to save themselves.
Yep.
It really is shameful stuff. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Yeah, that was crazy. I don't know, man. These people suck.
You don't want to work.
These people absolutely suck, and it's incredible. It's incredible that we're living in a society with people that suck this much, and they're talking to the lowest common denominator in society. I will be real, and I mean this with my whole heart. These are the enemy of America. They're the enemy of the founding values that America stood on, the biblical values that this country was founded on. They are an enemy of the American people, and they are absolute genius gaslighters, convincing people that they aren't. And it's working for a lot of retards. A lot of retards are actually falling for this. And you know who else? The illegal immigrants, the criminals that want to keep getting released from prisons, and the homeless people that refuse to get jobs. They are the voter base, and that's why they need to keep importing more illegals. That's why they need to make more chaos. And that's why they need to keep fighting Trump in the streets. That's why we have funded terrorist organizations like Antifa in our streets. Because ultimately, it's one giant scam to control the country. It's evil, it's demonic, and they want us dead. So, I'll see you in the next one. This was another episode of Retard Communists absolutely humiliating themselves. And we love doing that. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, man.
I
Alright, I think I'm gonna play some Marvel Rivals for a little bit. I think that's what we're gonna do on here. Play some Marvel Rivals. Done watching some YouTube. What are you doing? Everything's been changed. That needs to be changed. Oh, I did have a follow. A number. 28657. Some phone number. Alright. That preview. And what else did I need to close? I think I need to close this. Forget. You can spam. Where's that corned beef? Preloading shader. Cross. Girl. Summer Thor. Huh, cool. Chrono Shield card. Oh, it's 20. I am streaming. What's up? You put Rocket in there? Wasn't that where Darth Vader was, or did you make that?
This is Darth Vader's Lego set, right?
Oh, cool.
So, but like if I want, I can
Piece it back together.
piece it back together. I can grab his lightsaber back, grab his black, and pull off that off that.
Cool. Eli, let go. Eli. There is a motion blur. I don't know what it is. Hey, Alexa. Yeah, that. Practice range. See if this helped at all.
The only thing stronger than my skin is my mind. Some uninvited guests.
Still feels.
Some uninvited guests. You deserved that, dear.
Double kill! I'm saying the big. That's 3.
No.
How embarrassing. Exquisite. Some uninvited guests.
Double kill!
Mind crush. You feel presence.
Double kill! I think that's That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Pretty.
Did you even train for this?
All right. I can probably play her a little bit.
Oh, what's it? Oh,
Just don't understand why it's. Mm-mm.
Ah, look who's here. Did you even train for this?
double kill!
Impervious.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. Oh, that's amazing.
Gone and already forgotten.
6 in a row. Way to go. Unbelievable.
When I'm moving.
Ah, look who's here. Did you even train for this?
Double kill. On the floor.
All right. Try to reload these shaders.
Look who's here. Exquisite. You deserved that, dear. Did you even train for this?
I damage that does more damage to them. A good amount of damage. That's the only thing he has to heal is that robot, right?
He can down. He can down this. Look, that's baby cool.
Yeah, it is. I think I'm gonna play Ultron, maybe Loki. And then I have Magneto and.
I was showing you that.
Oh, thank you. And Thor. Maybe I'll add in.
Who's the bad guy?
I don't think so. I thought she was a good guy.
Oh,
She's very booby. Booby.
No, it wasn't that. It was. Oh, wait.
But my courage. My hammer fell.
That's 3.
Laid low by lightning.
Wow, 4 in a row. 6 in a row. Way to go. Unbelievable.
Oh, Thor?
Yeah, that.
You just see that? Like, it just. Is it just the training range? I hope.
Another foe vanquished.
Okay. Leave game, exit, and then try to reload these shaders.
A little pet plant. That's a little tree, and he grows into a big guy. He has a robot just like this. I think maybe for Christmas, Mom and Dad can No, he's not.
Mommy said it's big.
Well, Eli, this is that's teasing. I'm not teasing.
Oh, hey, look! This black guy can fly.
Well, he's not the only one that can fly. I can fly too.
Oh, I can do that, but I have rocket.
I will stop the power. Oh, Eli, watch this. Eli, I can show you how to make him fly. Oh, Eli, could you give that to Mom?
How's the game, buddy?
He's lollipop. But I don't want it.
Just watch.
I can cut it. You come. Look, it can come out. Yay! You take it.
Watch this.
I can frustrate
You're getting frustrated. Why, buddy? Use your words. Can you move your corned beef off of the chair? Corned beef.
I know you want
like it.
Well, Oh, what? Oh, you broke it away.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond. When mutants are in danger, the White Queen answers. Usually.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Anna, look! I look back.
I have to get back to the 8th city. My people need me to lead
Fruit
them
bat.
at the start time.
You know what it sounds like to really need? A benefit concert.
Ooh, thanks, but I've heard your music, and I think they're already suffering enough.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I can feel them getting closer.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Thank you.
Never miss.
She seems okay.
This queen's reign isn't over.
Get that vehicle moving again. Fall down there! Find up there!
Our enemies are near.
Fall down there! Find up there!
How did I get stuck in here?
Find up there! Find up there! Find up there! Find up there!
I was fine. Thank you.
Down! Find up there! Oh, fuck you guys.
I suppose that
I guess. Like, put it up around the corner. That's okay.
Cloak and dagger popping in. You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Candy needs help.
Only 60 seconds left.
You're back. Some uninvited guests. I was fine, but thank you.
Woo! Never miss.
Are you healing there? But really, my team. Come on, dude, give it back. Right here. Stealing my tea, little jerk. Put it up there. Thank you.
For mutant kind, Devil's Reign.
That's.
Judge, jury, executioner.
He was low. Somebody should have kept shooting him with me.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Double KO.
GG's. For what? When was she working? Oh, she heard the bell on my headset. From the game, remember? Remember when she used to do that with this game? Yeah. Diva, it's my headset. Diva, it's my headset. You need your eyes. Maybe I should put the drops in real quick. There's a little bit left, but not much. Direwolf? Direwolf. They're cloning those wolves is what you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Two separate DNA. They're cloning. They're not made. They're already done. They've already done that. Because the direwolf is an extinct species. So there's nothing you can breed with to bring that back. So they mixed it with another wolf's DNA. That it would be able to be cloned. I mean, they're here. They made a type of direwolf. Kinda, yeah. Here. See if I can find it.
So they are trying to do the same. I think they either did it or is trying.
Let's see about the direwolves. No, the direwolf has not been brought back from extinction. Social media companies de-extincting the three has cloned 3 direwolf pups. Evidently, they did no such thing. These are gray wolf pups that were genetically modified to resemble direwolves. Well, the trio of wolf pups aren't direwolves from a simulacrum of what popular media thinks. DNA fragments from direwolves were on average 35 base pairs long, not complete genes. For the most part, however, gray wolves' genomes serve as the template. The common ancestors of gray wolves and dire wolves, however, are separated by nearly 6 million years of divergent evolution. In terms of evolution, they are as different from one another as we are from chimpanzees. Not really. Drive me nuts. Several of my friends and colleagues in other fields have been sharing an article on this. Go right up on my. These are not dire wolves. They share around on social media. Expert from what I wrote, biological organisms are more than the sum of isolated traits, species, identity, compasses. Okay, nerd stuff.
Oh, so like how people say we came from monkeys are saying that about wolves.
Kind of. They're saying they are so distant from each other that they're barely even similar anymore, and yada yada yada. I don't buy that, but No, I mean, he saw the story. He read the story correctly. That's basically the way they're explaining it to people. Try to return the direwolf to its. Well, to be fair, not all science needs to be applied. Someone in the field, I think it's important to recognize the importance of basic science, especially when it pertains to things outside the usual scope of basic science. Crazy. You. Magneto and Psylocke. Hard to create projections. Create a mental projection of Magneto and Psylocke, forming a duplicate illusion in the new perspective execution.
I shall remake the universe in steel and silicon. Go, my children. Ultron virus reinforcement. Crisis averted. For mutant kind.
Okay.
We are undefeatable!
I am fundamentally immortal.
Further hit than I thought he was going to be, especially on Spider-Man. Holy cow.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Make changes to the team up. Cool. KO. Oh, dead. Okay, so for short time prevention.
Not bad, Stark. Not bad, Stark. Not bad, Stark. Not bad, Stark. Cosmic flame. Thanks, Janie.
Green, that's great. Anyway. Hey!
What? This is your last one.
Same time. Yeah, that. The old man Hawkeye. Okay. Astral Wanderer. Okay. Next. Luffy. Weird bird legs. Okay. I don't like that. I need one. Moon Knights is cool.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond. The only thing stronger than my skin is my mind.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We don't have to be at odds, Angela. We want the same thing.
'Tis not easy to trust a man who clads himself in the devil's armor.
I've spent my whole life fighting on the side of the angels.
Your words mean nothing, Deetsung. Show me with your actions.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Perhaps this timeline is best left unsaved.
Those guys.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. They captured the mission area!
I will have my revenge for that.
Face the double.
Gone and already forgotten. I was fine, thanks.
I'm an easy target.
Maximum pulse!
All they did was make me angrier. I've reached full power.
Sure thing.
They've almost got it!
I suppose that helped. You did your part, I suppose. You were a better husband than fighter, Tony. Me?
Assemble! Let the devil out!
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Night, buddy.
Stop doing it. I am ready to put on a show.
Just not the game. And just say good night.
Love you. Night, night.
Pause.
I didn't pause.
I was fine, thank
By the eye of Agamotto!
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Control lost!
Love you, Venom.
Money can't buy happiness, but I
Yeah,
can
man.
afford everything
Oh,
else.
I would ask if you would want if I had.
You're going to breakfast in the morning.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah.
Whoa. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Hope the gods don't mind a visit from the devil. Ruthlessness.
This queen's reign isn't over.
I was exiled from Asgard as a Let the devil die! I laid down my life to save it. The enemy is here! The wrath of Asgard! be a god. I would rather inspire mortals than be worshipped.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
How does a creature so small lift a weapon so large?
Same as you, pal. I'm worthy. Wanna trade?
Ha! Verily you must jest, Rocketeer.
Nah, it was worth a try.
Take my medicine here shortly.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Buddy.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
At last, our enemy showed themselves.
I am ready to put on a show.
Maximum pulse! By the eye of Agamotto!
Nothing good.
At last, our enemy showed themselves.
Double KO. Control C's. That's 3.
Let the devil
And so it begins.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I am barely wounded.
I nearly delivered.
Thank you, sister.
Perfect hex. Glory is almost yours.
I am strengthened.
GG.
Another epic victory.
Yeah, won. What? Had 2 more kills than me. Is that the worst? Good. That's good. Look at that, damn it. I think I skipped over it because it was a PlayStation. Sorry, medicine. I'm watching video while I take my medicine since I can't really talk much. And then maybe we'll try a couple of matches.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Very good. And I think it looks beautiful in his jacket.
Yeah?
It's beautiful.
Wow.
I hope people notice. It's actually very stylish. I like it.
Every time, bro, every time. He wore a suit again. I bet he did. Yeah.
Yep, we can.
Yep. Hey, President, are you going to end the war? Yeah. Any other questions? Yep. Yeah, we can. Okay, great. And yeah, shoes, I guess so. I mean, he's not a tall guy, right? I mean, but that's the way it is. And let's see if I can find it. I didn't bother to greet Zelensky. I have no idea what the fuck this is. So what did he say? Even Botas couldn't hide JD Vance's emotions. Is JD Vance mad about this? Wait, what? And I'm trying to even find out, like, yeah.
This came up yesterday, a tunnel from Russia to Alaska. That's interesting. What do you think of that, Mr. President? Do you have any ideas? How do you like that idea?
Bro, really?
I'm not happy with this.
I don't think he liked it.
I'm not happy with it.
I don't think he liked it. I don't think he liked it.
President Trump, do you think that?
Happy with?
This came up yesterday, a tunnel from Russia to Alaska.
He's definitely rage baiting, yes.
Mr. President, do you have any?
Well, and here's the reason why Trump does this, by the way. So there's actually a reason why Trump does this with people. is that he does this to test them to see how they're going to handle stressful situations. And this is something that any guy in any Modern Warfare 2 lobby, it's just that the problem is that Trump treats the lobby room in the White House like a Modern Warfare 2 lobby. And so he's shit testing people and fucking putting them on the spot with these questions, but it's in front of the entire world.
Ideas,
this is how men test each other. Yes. How you like it?
I'm not happy with this.
I don't think you're gonna like it.
Right?
I don't think he liked it. I don't think.
And Trump doesn't bother him, and he said that. He says, I don't like it. He's like, all right, there it is. Okay, let's see if there's another one.
The difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Joe Biden before him. What do you see as the biggest difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Biden?
President Trump has a big chance now to finish this war. President Biden now is not the president, so he doesn't have a chance to finish this war. And President Trump is really
he trying to be political about it.
Showed for the world that he
to be fair, if you think about what he's saying, the logic is accurate.
Manage ceasefire in the Middle East.
True.
And that's why I hope that he will do this, and we will also have such big success for Ukraine.
No,
it's a big chance, and I hope that President Trump can manage it.
I would say the biggest difference is
the biggest difference is that I'm great and he's a retard, right?
Is extremely competent, and the other one is grossly incompetent.
How about that? That's crazy, right? Yeah, wow, who could have predicted that? Bro won the election, he's still going on about it. After he wins the third election, he probably still gonna, after he wins the fourth election, he's probably still going to be going on about it.
Do you authorize CIA operations in Venezuela as part of?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but some interesting things are happening around the world, I'll say that.
Mr. President, it has been reported that Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do?
So he offered all of his resources and an English message to Donald Trump specifically? Why did he do this?
Everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Do you authorize?
Oh my God. And that's the end of it. Wow, he just says it? Okay, thank you, everybody. Wow.
Present CIA operations in Venezuela.
I'm not fucking around,
well, I wouldn't say that, but
I'm telling you guys, like, that Iran thing really went farther than people thought it did. Like, that shit, like, whenever Trump came out and said, oh yeah, by the way, we blew all their shit up. Yeah, you didn't know about it? Yeah, I know. We know that. Yeah, everything's destroyed. All things, yeah, everything's destroyed. Oh, all of them. Yeah, no, we blew them all up.
some interesting things are happening around the world, I'll say that.
Mr. President, it has been reported that Maduro offered everything in his country.
Just offered the whole thing?
He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Proud to be an American. I tell you that. Oh, man. That's the way you love to see it. Oh, my God. And content president. No. And this is the thing. I will play that same fucking clip.
Favorite President Trump story. I'm gonna give you my favorite President Trump story. This is my #1 favorite of all time. When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules.
And you have to remember, this was not in front of a camera. This wasn't like just for show or whatever. No, this is...
It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him.
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room. Taliban going to kill you. And if you was going to be a condition in the room,
this was
by do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules.
And you have to remember, this was not in front of a camera. This wasn't like just for show or whatever. No, this is...
It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him.
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
Man. Oh, man, it's about saying fuck you. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't beat around the bush. Yeah. And this is the thing, right? I mean, like, that's... And even at the end of it, by the way, nothing ever happened after that. That was it. Like, apparently, they didn't attack anybody else or cause any more fucking problems after that. That's some Sicario? Yeah. I mean, he speaks their language. Yeah, they get it. And it's weird, huh? Yeah, wow. I wonder why that shit happens. Damn. And so let's see what the comments are on this. What is this? What are people saying about this clip? Yeah. That's about right, huh? That's really just about right. And wow, Americans are cooked. I mean, I don't know about that. I wouldn't say that. That's not what I would say. But, you know, that's what some people might say. And wow, damn, he's iced out, bro. Like, it's just... the 1-2, man. It really is crazy. And fuck around and find out. Yeah, I guess so. I really wonder if this isn't diplomacy. This is an assertion that diplomacy itself is irrelevant. Yep. That's right. Yeah, big fucking surprise. And yeah, it says so much about the personalities. I love it. Yep, there it is. J.D. Vance loves this shit, man. He is all about it. And the Christian rhetoric pisses me off, though. I mean, I'm not about any of the religious stuff, okay? Like, we're not trying to get involved in another fucking crusade, okay? We already did that. We did that as a huge waste of fucking money, and don't need to do it again. They think that international law matters. Yeah, it's like, who enforces international law? We do. Why? Who the fuck else is gonna do it? So there it is. And yeah, it's up on, Mr. President, why are you up on the roof? I want to look around. Right. No doubt. And yeah, I guess there it is. And I'll see if there's any more of these posts here and about the meeting. But man, some of this shit, Jesus Christ. People didn't realize that when he said no more endless wars, he meant I'll end them. Well, yeah, I mean, it's that simple. People didn't, yeah, I mean, is Butler Board? Yeah, he loves the survey construction. I guess so, right? Pete Hegseth is literally a self-described crusader. Yeah, he is, but you know, like, you know, he's not going on all the crusades. It's just a little one, right? A couple little ones, and then it's over. So it's not that big of a deal, right? Not a big crusade, just a little crusade, a minor crusade, and not the ones that, you know what? I'll stop myself. Anyway, so y'all, everybody know what I was gonna say. So yeah, anyway, let's see if I find any more of these here, and okay, we get one more.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to be
everybody knew what I was going to say.
A very strong leader, a man who has been through a lot, and a man who I've gotten to know very well, and we've gotten along really very well. And we had a big call yesterday, as you know, with President Putin, and we'll be talking about it. President Zelensky of Ukraine has endured a lot. I mean, he really has. He's endured a lot, and we've endured it with him. To be honest, it's been a long time, and I think we're making great progress. So we're going to be talking about...
Why do they give him water? Like, he didn't even drink. They give him a soda. Like, what do you want him to fucking starve?
That today we'll be talking about what took place yesterday with my phone call with President Putin, and I think that things are coming along pretty well. It began with Alaska, where I think certain guidelines were discussed, and we want to see if we can get this done. This was long ago into the Biden administration. I came here and we inherited this, and we'd like to see if we could finish it, end it. We want it ended. So many people have died in this war, and we're gonna get it ended. So,
I mean, I hope so. I think everybody should hope so, right? I mean, like, there it is. Fuck.
Hello, number ones. Welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and today I would like to focus our attention to this recent controversy that occurred when it comes to the leak messages that were from a young Republican chat group that were made public. Let me share my takes on it. Boy, I'm gonna get hate for this. The news comes from the website called Politico, and it says, the young Republicans' leaked chat is a sign of where we could be headed. And then the subtitle says, leaked chats from a young Republican group were shocking, offensive, and a sign where politics will be going. So we read, on Tuesday, Politico published a series of racist and anti-Semitic messages from a group chat filled with young Republican leaders. They included references to putting their opponents in gas chambers and graping them. They called black people violent people and keys. One message stated simply, and I'll have you read this on screen, I'm not going to say it. As offensive as many of these messages were, the language and shock value has become commonplace in many of the online communities that young far-right people frequent. Alright, so I already have a lot to say here. First and foremost, you can remove far-right from here. For instance, you could easily add Call of Duty here. If you have ever been on any of those, and at that point it doesn't matter if it's left, right, up and down. The kind of language you're going to hear and read. If you're a gamer, you know what I'm talking about. But in general, I want to start with this. So, I've seen how several political commentators on the right have been reacting to this, and I do have a few points of disagreement, and I will present them here because I always try to be as fair as possible. However, in general, I agree with the stance that has been presented by the Vice President J.D. Vance. I say in general because there is something I wish he had done slightly differently, but in general, the position that he has stood on is pretty solid. So this is what he's saying. He is sharing a message, and then he's commenting on this, kind of making a joke, if you will. And he says, a friend shared these truly disturbing messages from a young Republican group chat. The group leader genuinely calls for murdering the children of his political opponents. Then he goes, oh, wait, actually, this is from Jay Jones, the Democrat running for Attorney General in Virginia. So, What he's sharing here is another leaked message. This one is from a private conversation, but instead of having to do with racist or sort of dark humor language used by youngsters on the Republican side, this is an actual politician with real power. This is the running candidate for Attorney General in Virginia. So let's see what the message says and why this is connecting to the reaction to the chat room and the language used. The one in the blue is the interlocutor, and he says you weren't simply asking questions and you know it. And the Attorney General candidate says, I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. And then the other speaker says, you weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. And to this, Democrat candidate Jay Jones says, yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. So this is 10 times worse than anything that was written on that chat. And so I do agree with J.D. Vance in wanting to present this as the more pressing matter. With that being said, I would have appreciated if on a line at the end, after having established this point, he still would have said that indeed the language used on that chat by these Republicans was awful, because it was awful. But the greater point that the vice president is trying to make here, and then we'll see how a lot of popular commentators on the right have been responding to this, but in general, the point that he was making was, yes, those chat messages are bad, but it's not as bad as what the left has been doing, both when it comes to people in power like this, and clearly when it comes to the general public reaction of all the tens of thousands of liberals and progressives that have been making videos celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk and asking for more political violence towards his family, and specifically his children, because they were going to grow into bigotry anyway, so they might as well die. That is, out of these two, the greater evil, and I agree on that. However, what is this point of disagreement that I have with some of the popular commentators on the right wing? The thing is that I do believe it's important, while having established this, which of the two is the greater evil, absolutely is the radical left. No questions about that. It is important, however, to underline that these messages from this young Republican group, the words that were written there should be condemned. It was awful to read. And most important, and this is the first major point that I'm going to make here today, I've got a few, is that we shouldn't excuse them. I've seen a couple of commentators do this, and we shouldn't excuse them just because they are young. Oh, they're young and they're just being edgy. Well, hold on a minute. I myself, first and foremost, have been holding accountable each and every single TikTok user, YouTube content creator, Reels on Instagram on the left that have been celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk and been calling for more violence. But a lot of those were young, but we didn't use it as an excuse. We didn't say, well, they are young. No. We said each and every single one, those that call for direct threats, calls to action, and political violence should be imprisoned and should have legal consequences. And those that were simply laughing and celebrating, it's their freedom of speech. They can do it as long as they don't call for violence. It's not illegal. So that's why I was disagreeing with Republican Pam Bondi, who was like, oh, we're going to come and pick each and every single one of you. And I'm like, no, you don't do that. However, those that lost their jobs because their employers didn't want to have anything to do with that scum, I agree, they should have lost their jobs, and I'm glad about it. But because we used this line of offense, we cannot now apply a different measure to these youngsters that are also using bad language, racist jokes, gas chamber references against their political opponents and just say, oh, these are young. No, we should apply the same method and the same rule. Because if one of the things that we often complain about the radical left is they constantly push this rules for thee, not for me. And we shouldn't do the same. Whether you be a centrist or whether you be a right-winger, we should not give up the high moral ground on this. If there are people in this young Republican chat that asked for direct threats or calls to violence against specifically identified individuals, like the case for the children of Charlie Kirk, there should be legal repercussions. And for those other people that used racist language, then no, the law shouldn't intervene because it's not illegal. But if, say, one of these kids that makes all of these racist jokes about black people, for instance, if they work at a freaking GameStop and their employer is like, you know what, I don't want to deal with you, you're fired, I'm okay with that. We have to apply the same logics. Now, I do want to underline, however, that the language used by these kids on the Republican chat and the language used by the kids on the liberal side that were celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, they are different. While both may appear to be similar in the sense that we are talking about political radicalizations, the level of radicalization is different. And the way I'm going to justify this is the following. Logically, when you say edgy stuff and you use language that is inappropriate, but you do it in a private chat room that then gets leaked, that's one thing. But when you publicly and shamelessly use celebration of murder, horrific language, and you do it when you know that everyone can see your face, then your level of political radicalization is a lot higher. Because differently from the others of this Republican chat, they were clearly afraid of saying this on public. Possibly they were possibly ashamed of saying it publicly. The liberals weren't. They were saying it publicly, and when they got consequences, they doubled down and they said, I would do it 100 times more because bigots deserve it. And so this is proof. Why? Well, simply because the layer of anonymity that online interactions and the internet provides is always conducive to bad behavior and horrific language. We know this, but when people do this kind of stuff publicly in front of a camera with their face and sometimes full name, it means that they're fully radicalized, which is why I once again say, while both things should be condemned, let's not pretend that this is both sides. One side, the progressive side, the left-wing extremist side, is the one that is the greater evil in this dichotomy. Call me a fascist all you want for that take. At least I'm being fair. And that's another thing that I want to say about the right wing, is that I've seen people that now say publicly, oh yeah, that they use the N-word whenever they want and they are like proud of it. And I disagree with that take. Or that when they know that in this chat maybe they used the N-word, I'm not sure if they did, but if they did, I've seen people saying, oh yeah, that's based. It's not based. So just because, let me make this one clear. Just because the left has gone absolutely insane when it comes to calling everyone a racist, when it comes to, oh, if you dare to say this magical word, your entire life should be over, and if they could, they will put you in front of a firing squad. Just because they went insane, it doesn't mean that we also have to go insane on the other side and now pretend that the N-word is based and cool. It's not. I've never used it in my life. I will never use it in my life. But what my position is that all racial slurs should be frowned upon equally. All of them. If someone is racist to black people or to white people or to Asians or to brown people, whatever you want, if they use racial slurs, I would not put them in prison. I would not pass hate speech laws over my dead body. However, I would frown upon all of these. We don't have to become indecent just because the other side has gone completely nuts. And once again, when I say the other side, I am always specific and fair. I mean the radicals and the extremists on the other side. As I often say, I know that there will be people in the comments, and just read the comments. You will find people that will say, yeah, I'm right-wing, I love you, but you'll also find people that say, hey, I'm left-leaning politically or socially or economically, I'm left-wing, but I hate where the progressives are gone. I hate what the radical extremists are doing, and I disagree with how they want to push for nonsense laws and hate speech and the celebration of Charlie Kirk's murder. You'll find them in the comments. I have proof in my comments. So clearly I don't have a problem with people who are decent, and we can just sit down and disagree with a coffee over policy, over economic policy, over whatever it is, religion. It doesn't matter at that point. But the radicals, they're nuts. But just because they're nuts, we should not. As a strategic position, you should never give up the high moral ground, specifically in an issue like this one, because in the long run, it will be tactically advantageous to maintain the high moral ground in front of insanity. Now, given this, when it comes to objectively stuff like language used, again, I will always frown upon racist language. I disagree with it. I don't use it, and I will condemn it. However, don't for a second think that I'm going to go easy on the people that ask for like the murder of children and then Christian children, or once again, the kids of Charlie Kirk. No, with them, I don't go like nice, all nice and no, let's be all friends. Absolutely not. Full force of the law, each and every single one of them. But because that's one of those positions where we can't play nice. But not all positions should be completely extreme and 100% contrarian. In this case, it is not advantageous tactically to start using racial language on purpose just to prove that we are free to do it. You should be free to do it, but I can still frown upon it, and I can still choose at a personal level not to engage with it. Not to engage with it. And as I say, returning to Vice President here, I am very concerned with this. Yes, because there were not full-on senators. Maybe there was one senator in that group chat, and that's another thing that I've seen several left-wing creators saying, oh, he should have said something, he knew about this. And I'm like, have you ever even opened that group chat? Have you ever even opened a group chat? Like literally, I've been like in 3 in my life because I don't like them. I basically silence them. And then what you do is that you are there just to be polite. But then after like a week or 2, I check and I see 751 messages unread. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to leave it because I don't read. I have so many. If I have, I don't have time, but even if I did, I'm going to watch a movie. I'm going to spend some time with the wife. I'm going to paint my Warhammer miniatures. There are a million things that I'm going to do that are more interesting for me than just reading these freaking chat rooms. I'm not interested. So it's possible that even though this senator, whoever it was, Republican senator, was in the group, that doesn't mean that he read all 10,000 messages that probably appeared. And so that he was like, oh no, I read all of them and I saw the racist jokes and he was on to it. No, he probably just didn't even read it. So unless you see him writing something or responding or hearting some of these comments, you cannot in any way, shape or form consider him to be involved in this. Is stupid. It's just something that someone would say was never even been into a group chat in their life. However, this is much more of a problem from the Attorney General in Virginia. But luckily, it looks like the leaking of this message completely destroyed his running for Attorney General, and he's just not going to make it now because, yeah, he went like the approval rates went down to like freaking 35, I think I saw. So like it's gone. And it was really high. It was on the 80%, I think, before this controversy, which, of course, once again, guys, how strange. Is it really that strange? And is it really such a far-right take to say wanting children to be dead is much worse than saying mean things and using nasty words? Is it really that weird of a take? I don't know. Particularly when uttered by a person with real power who can pass policy. Well, you tell me. Anyways, this is all I have to say about this. Whether you agree or not, let me know in the comments. Thank you very much. Ciao, ciao. If you appreciate my content so far and wish to help ensure my ability to continue to tell it how it is, regardless of any possible backlash, please support this channel on Patreon. Any support helps me and my team of academics keep the channel strong and gives us the means to fight back against the political rewriting of history. Stand with us, form the wall, defend the truth. Proudly presenting the Pendant of the Noble One. Look at this beauty. Original custom design created by me in collaboration with Viking Jewelry. And it's my way to celebrate all of you, because as you know, I've been calling you Noble Ones for the last 12 years. Well, this is indeed the pendant of you, the Noble Ones, who are the Custos Veritatis, written here in Latin, and it means keeper of truth, because that's the only thing that matters. The truth, whether it offends them or not. So, available in both silver and bronze. I think my favorite is the bronze one, but they're both great. And this can be bought as a set, as we offer the original Ring of the Noble One, available in silver, bronze, and gold, the bracelet of the Noble One, Silent Oath of Truth, and a more low-profile version of the ring for those who prefer something a little thinner, which we offer also in bronze, silver, 14-karat gold, and 18-karat gold. Use the code NOBLE1 for a 15% discount at checkout. And massive thanks to each and every single one of you. And thank you to my haters for supporting my work.
What else happening?
I give you the war wall.
Oh boy, that wasn't supposed to happen. Somebody get out there and fix that thing.
What's up, guys? Benny, there's been a lot of exciting deportations under the Trump administration. Millions, in fact. Some of them have been very cinematic, but nothing would be as delightful as this. Harry Sisson One of the most insufferable left-wing influencers and TikTok boys. Don't slide into his DMs on Snapchat, if you know what I mean. Don't look too far into it, though. Is potentially going to be deported? Is not an American citizen? What's going on? MAGA rallies to deport Democrat influencer after he claims Biden released more hostages than Trump. Oh, no. If you're unfamiliar with Harry Sisson's game, then let me educate you. Harry Sisson is the master of the Democrat cringe game. He does Democrat cringe TikTok videos where he's dancing and screaming and yelling, and he gets paid to do this by the DNC. None of it's real or authentic. None of it really matters, but I'll just terrorize you with a small segment here.
We have some weird breaking news right now. Donald Trump is planning on restoring his Diet Coke button in the Oval Office on day one of his presidency. Like, priorities, right? When Donald Trump and Melania Trump enter the White House on Inauguration Day, they'll find it looks just like they did when they left 4 years ago, even down to the Diet Coke button on the desk in the Oval Office. That's thanks to the staff of the White House residence. It's nearly 100 employees who are non-political, and they spend the morning of January 20th moving the departing commander-in-chief out and the incoming one in. And apparently the Diet Coke button, where Donald Trump presses it and someone brings him a Diet Coke, is a major priority for him. They'll have all their clothes in their closet, the preferred shampoo in the bathroom, favorite foods, family photos, all that stuff will be in the White House thanks to these people. So while the American people are struggling because Donald Trump's tariffs raise prices for literally every single person, don't worry, everybody, don't fret. Donald Trump will have his Diet Coke button back. I mean, this guy's such a joke.
So yes, of course, he's obviously mocked and berated for doing this, but also he has some of the worst takes on the internet, like the take that Joe Biden has delivered more peace to the Middle East than Donald Trump. This is an insane thing to say, something that was clearly written for Harry. I kind of feel for Harry, like these kind of things get written for him, and then he just publishes them out through his management company with all these like Nancy Pelosi ties. You know, it's all just like Democrat AstroTurf stuff. None of it's real. They don't have real audiences. They're not authentic. Their audiences are fake. This is proven time and time again. Dylan Mulvaney, they try and actually do something in real life. Nobody shows up. They try and sell a book. Nobody buys it. They try and make a show. Nobody watches it. It's all fake. None of it's real. None of it's authentic. None of it's actually grassroots. It's all bought and paid for. But they're trying to psyop you the way that they always have. And so they try and project that Harry Sisson has real ideas and that he's a real person. And some of those ideas are like as silly as Biden got more hostages released than Trump. Okay. MAGA supporters are banding together now to get him deported. We're going to discuss this and investigate. Harry Sisson, a TikTok star, is that even a thing? I don't know. Sent Trump loyalists into a meltdown after criticizing the president's plan for peace in the Middle East. The 23-year-old wrote on X, Biden got more hostages released than Trump. And he later shared another creator's post questioning why these hostages were released. And the back of Trump's deal were women. He later shared another creator's post questioning why none of the hostages who were released on the back of Trump's deal were women. Because they had no women hostages. They either killed them, it's terrible, they didn't survive, or they'd already been released. Joe Biden got them released. That's why you can't thank him. You can thank him now like you thanked Trump. Oh, got it. Okay, got it. Joe Biden's the real hero of the Gaza. Harry Sisson is saying that Joe Biden's the real hero of Gaza. I look forward to debating him on that. That'd be great. I'll do that debate any day. In the days following these two posts, conservative influencers have gathered together to deport Harry Sisson from the platform. Harry Sisson lived in America only 5 years. You heard that right. He was born in Singapore. I want every MAGA account on X that is currently active to comment deport Harry Sisson in the post. And so deport Harry Sisson has trended. Oh boy. The rally cry was answered by thousands of comments, reshares, and posts calling for Harry Sisson's deportation. In your own words, you were born in Singapore, you were educated in Dubai and Dublin, you weren't born here, you weren't educated here, you didn't move here until you were 16, you're not an American, another user wrote. Sisson caught wind of the movement and has quite the response. First, let's cover how viral this went. Deport Harry Sisson trended #1, actually, on X. I see October 1st, half DNC check hit the bank account. That's right. There's Harry Sisson and Joe Biden. Why can't I quit you? Yes, deport Harry Sisson, one of the worst sniveling losers on the planet. In your own words, you were born in Singapore. Deport Harry Sisson. Harry Sisson only lived in America a few years. Deport Harry Sisson is trending. You know I'm an American citizen by birth. Again, we will investigate. Deport Harry Sisson is trending, and it's ridiculous. He's a great patriot, and he's lived here more years than 5. He's lived here longer than Zoran Mandami. Got it? Sounds like people are mad that we keep winning. Really? Check us. You sure? You sure about that? So deport Harry Sisson is now trending number 1 on this app. I'm an American citizen by birth. I'm also more American than any of these MAGA freaks who support the traitors felon in the office. And he's flattered that he's getting deported. I guess you could denaturalize him, right? I'm getting deported back to Singapore. Back to being a lady boy. Again, don't DM him on Snapchat. Harry Sisson says that he's more American than Trump supporters, and he's only lived here 5 years. Deport Harry Sisson. Deport Harry Sisson is trending. Okay, so a lot of people have commented on this. Harry, in his own defense, says that I am an American citizen because my parents are American and they were working abroad, and they're both naturalized. They're both American citizens, and therefore I am an American citizen because they're Americans.
Depends on his birth certificate.
Just because I was born in a foreign country doesn't mean that I'm a foreigner. It kind of is based on that nation's law. Okay, let's hear Harry explain.
So I was scrolling on Twitter last night, and you can imagine my surprise when I stumbled across this. Deport Harry Sisson, me, was trending number 1 in politics. And I had no idea where this came from. I had no idea why MAGA was focusing on this right now. And then I decided to check again today when I woke up, and it was number 10 on trending across the entire platform, 29,000 posts. And I read some of them, and it's because MAGA believes that I'm not an American citizen. So I'm going to take this opportunity to tell you about my life because I haven't done that in a while. So this is for Wikipedia, who has it wrong on their website right now. And this is for the amazing viewers at home who may not know much about me. So, fun fact, I was born in Singapore. Yes, Singapore. The only reason I was born there is because my American parents were working there. And so by birth, I was an American citizen. And if the MAGA fans don't believe me, just read the law, read the Constitution. I don't care. Go over into your corner and scream about it. And I lived in Singapore for less than a year, around 8 months. And then I moved to Dubai, where I lived for 5 years. And keep in mind, I don't remember any of this, maybe a few things from Dubai, but other than that, I was a little kid, so obviously. And also important to point out, I was going to the United States every summer after the school year to visit family and friends because whether MAGA likes it or not, America's my home. So you can cry about that too. And then from age 6 to age 14, I lived in Dublin, Ireland. And let me tell you, I am so thankful for that experience. It really changed the way that I view the world. Seeing how different countries, different people, different cultures operate from the United States really is eye-opening. And I'd say it's informed a lot of my political beliefs today to make sure that not only are we making the United States a better place, but the world a better place. And I think that should be really everybody's goal. And that came from my time living in Europe. So if you get the opportunity to go to Ireland or anywhere in Europe, I'd recommend it. I'll give you some spots you can go to. And then from age 14 to now, I've lived in the United States. I went to high school in America, college in America, and I've worked in politics since I was 15. I started on a local level with my state senator, councilwoman. Shout out to them. They are amazing, and now I'm in national politics doing this. So it's a different life story than most, but it's also something I think a lot of people will appreciate. And also MAGA, if you want me deported, you also got to go after the MAGA Republicans in your party who weren't born here. Ted Cruz was born in Canada. Remember that one? Traveling is great. Don't let MAGA tell you otherwise. And now, since they're so scared of me that they want me deported, you should support my work. Link in bio for my YouTube and my Spotify show and more. Check it out. I love you all. Mwah. Goodbye.
I mean, I don't know, Harry Sisson's parents. Please provide the documented evidence of this. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Everyone's still calling for it. Deport Harry Sisson. I mean, you could denaturalize him. They say they're going to do that. Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, we'll see. Let's see. Oh, Harry.
Is that with Hunter?
Look at that. And his bestie. I'm sure they can do some great international business deals together. I look forward to seeing what Harry and Hunter will be coming up with. We'll be scheming when they're back in Singapore together. That would be a fun one. We hope it's...
The former Assassin's Creed franchise director Mark Alexis Coate, you know, I don't know what the fuck, how do you say something like that? Revealed that his departure was not his choice. He said, "I did not walk away. I stayed at my post until Ubisoft asked me to step aside." And so you've got this guy making a post out on LinkedIn. Here it is. We're going to read it. And past 24 hours have been deeply emotional. Reading all your public and private messages, archiving all of them. Ubisoft decided to transfer leadership of the Assassin's Creed franchise to someone closer to its new organizational structure. So let me go ahead and do a little bit of translation for that. They sent this motherfucker to China. They sent this bitch to the Chinese. Thank God. I used to pray for times like this. Holy shit. Finally, it might be good again. Thank God. Tencent? Yeah. Well, Ubisoft had such a... They've had such a... They've been floundering for so long. They had to make a new shell company to move all of their IPs to in order to get Tencent to buy a huge percentage of that so they can make new games. So basically, it's like Ubisoft. You ever seen like a bug, how it gets out of its exoskeleton and gets in a new one? You ever seen like one of those cicada things that's just like sitting on like a wall or something like that? It's like, damn, that used to be a bug, but it got out of the shell. That is Ubisoft. Ubisoft isn't the bug, it's the shell. Ubisoft went, and now that bug is in China. That bug is in China. And so what happened is that Ubisoft had basically such a massive flop that this is like it was like a flounder stampede. It was bad. Like they had Assassin's Creed Outlaw. Or sorry, no, I got them confused. That somehow I can't even imagine what game that would be. Star Wars Outlaw, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Before that, you had Prince of Persia: Sands of Time that was overpriced. Nobody bought the game. You had to shut down the studio. And I think before that, you had one more flop that I can't even think of. So you had all of these Skull and Bones. That's the other one. I forgot. That's the big one. So 3 strikes, you're out. Ubisoft had 4. Uh-oh. That's a foul. And so guess what? Now they've got a new game. They've got a new company, and they're making new games with the Chinese because the Chinese are buying them out. Now the Chinese have partial ownership of the IPs, and that's it. But I also owe it to my teams, past and present, to say this plainly. I did not walk away. I stayed at my post until Ubisoft asked me to step aside. You want to know why they asked you to step aside? Is because you couldn't do your fucking job. You were shitty at your job. You made trash. The games that you made sucked. They were bad. You got fired because you were bad at your job. That's called natural selection. And today you got picked. You want to cry about it? You gonna bitch about it? Well, all I'm gonna do is sit here and laugh and say, thank fucking God. One more obnoxious, self-righteous, annoying Western game developer is sent back to where you really belong. McDonald's. Welcome home. I will not stop until every single one of these people are at McDonald's. We're going to send every single one of them back.
That's funny.
And it's going to be beautiful. And everybody, even the people that hate me, will look back and they will say thank you that you did this. We tried to go against you. We thought that you were wrong. But we have now seen the light. And while we might not agree with all of your viewpoints, the games are better. And we are happy. And at that point, I will say thank you. And I'll wait for it to happen again. And then I'll do it then. This is the Shame Award. That's right. then my work will be over. But until then, the work continues. They do. And it will. You remember birthdays at McDonald's? No, we never had those. We usually went to Chuck E. Cheese for that. You should stick to gaming content. This is gaming content. This is gaming content. This is, you see this, they made a video game. Actually, that's not true. It was a political messaging device. And that's the problem. I'm trying to stick to gaming content. They didn't want to stick to gaming content. They wanted to start politics. They wanted to put politics in the game. Well, now you're not even in the company. They encroached upon our sacred space. Yeah, I never wanted to do any of this. I never wanted to be involved in any of this. Like, I honestly, like, I could have sat in my room and played video games my whole life, and I would have never been involved. But then they had to go and add a girl into my fucking game. And you think that I'm not going to burn the whole motherfucking place down? Metaphorically? No, bitch. Nope. That's what's going to happen. You should not have done that. You should not have replaced my main character with a girl that did not even have big ass titties. You should have never even thought about that. And you did. And this is what you get. Did you read why he was fired? He's not going to say why. He's not going to say the real reason why. He's not going to go and be like, I got fired for this one thing. Because it's probably 10 different things. The reality is, and that's it. You get what you fucking deserve. That's right. And so, yeah, absolutely. And so, like, that's really, would you say a Sam of Witcher 4? Well, no, because Witcher 4, because CD Projekt Red has earned my trust. I played Witcher 3 now. I think it's a tremendous, incredible game. I think Cyberpunk is an achievement that transcends Witcher 3 on multiple levels. I think that their commitment to improving the game and making it better indicates that they have a dedication to the quality of their craft. I think that that was also brought to a precipice with the DLC that was also amazing, that I hear from everybody. I have not played it yet, but I hear from everybody that it was amazing. And so CD Projekt Red, I do not have that energy for. And also Siri is hot. And so that's the reason it's not the same thing. So we sent another one back to McDonald's. But did they own the chuds? That's what's important here. I want to let you guys know that every time, welcome back. See, now it's becoming more popular. Now they know what's happening. They're waiting for it, and they know what's going to come. And I'm going to tell you guys something. Every time that it happens is more content for me. I am a vampire. And that's just the way it is. That's the way it is. Bro, we gonna play a woke Far Cry 7? Yeah. And they gonna get mad and say, and all these people like to say that I am to allow the National Guard to be deployed to Chicago. We know they want to prove it. He can do other stuff, right? I think he tries to go with it with one perspective. He needs to do multiple other things too. You might be celebrating prematurely. The person in charge of the company is the new French CEO's son. Yeah, the Guillermo's son. I know that, but read into what the new company is, and they had to transfer it to him for legal reasons so they could maintain control. But they did do I mean, like, I don't want to say made a Faustian pact deal with the devil, right? Because I don't think China is that, but like that's basically what they did. They had to make a pact with them and get bailed the fuck out, because Tencent, at the end of the day, you might not like the way that China's politics are. You might not like the way that China does its government, or you might not like X, Y, or Z thing, the censorship, etc. But Tencent is such a big company. They do not give a fuck about any of that other than making money. They will adhere to the obligations that the government puts on them, but for the most part, they have their hand in so many cookie jars. They cannot even afford to invest energy into micromanaging the story of every single game. That's the truth. They can't even do that. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do that. So yeah. And they know what gamers want? Yeah, exactly. Boats and hoes. That's all it is. And so I did see this again, and yeah, I didn't walk away, and I'll go back. I'll look at a few more of the posts about this, but yeah, I want to say that this is another W. This is a huge W for gamers. everybody's posting the same thing now. Hopefully DEI is dead and common sense prevails. It isn't dead. It is not dead. But it is, you gotta, at this point, it's about stomping out the roaches that remain, metaphorically. And that's what we do. And this was a big roach. It was a big roach.
Roaching out.
Yeah, it lost massive amounts of HP. Yeah, it's at 10% HP. And yeah, I stayed at my post. Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, exactly. The digital host, it told you Shadows was doing great, 5 million players. The thing is that everybody that said that, see, you know who you should listen to? Me. Because I'm right. And all you have to do is, so like everybody, because people like that don't think. They don't think, they believe. I already know. I'm beyond that. Because all I need to do is just look at the amount of people that look at stuff. It's my job to fucking look at stuff. And by the way, here's the difference between me and them. I get paid a lot more for my job because I'm a lot fucking better at it. Meanwhile, they're sitting around trying to fucking do members-only episodes on YouTube to 30 viewers because nobody wants to watch their trash. So you can go and cry and bitch about it, but at the end of the day, if your job is to understand public sentiment, I am blowing you out of the water by that, by literally...
Some milk. Graham crackers. Boost on X got a congratulations.
Literally over 1,000 times. And I've been right about this every single time. And I don't ever want somebody to go ahead and say, trust me.
No.
I say, wait until truth proves me right. That's it. The most humble? Yes. You see the Halo art director quit? Because you talk to people? I talk to myself, too. I talk to myself more than I talk to other people. That's how I know that I'm right. Get wrecked. Fuck off. You should, no, come on. Leech, there it is. Cope, there it is again. Finding out. And it's Ubisoft's decision to hand over Assassin's Creed to someone more aligned with the company. Why am I not surprised? In hindsight, maybe popping a black ninja in the middle of feudal Japan and saying, Dolomite, motherfucker, was a miscalculation. Yeah, y'all gotta remember, like, this is... I really...
He didn't say that, did he?
Where's the music for this? This is actually like nobody even has it. Nobody even has a video of the last boss fight of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Oh, Shadows. I didn't add that. Okay. Y'all ready?
No, he didn't just walk away through the play. Why?
Isn't it great? Oh man. There it is. I don't know what kind of music that is, but if I said the lyrics, I think I'd be taking a vacation. Let me just say that. And anyway, I met Yasuke. I did. This was about a week ago. I met him. I know, you might not believe it. So, 7-Eleven. The time, 2:35 a.m. I'm at 7-Eleven. I'm buying a drink and pastries and ice cream and gummy lifesavers and beef jerky. It's going to be a long night of jerking off and playing video games and reading comments about how I should kill myself. I had to get ready. Somebody shows up. It's Yasuke. A black guy with a backpack with a fucking katana walks in to the fucking 7-Eleven at almost 3 in the morning. And he says, "What's up, boys?" I said, "Hey." Everybody at the beginning was like, but he was all right. Everything was okay. Yeah, he just walked in there with a sword. And yeah, he was playing Assassin's Shadow. Yeah, bro, he was there, just some straight up guy. And no shot, right? No, I'm being serious. I'm sorry, I did not take a photo. I apologize, I did not take a photo. I tried to, but I didn't know, like, because he might have been a little crazy, but he wasn't enough to, like, it wasn't enough to, like, aggro him. And so, like, I didn't want to accidentally do it. Open carry swords, yeah, exactly. And so he just goes in there. You can walk around Texas with a sword. I mean, it's fine. I mean, people do whatever the fuck. I mean, really, the problem isn't having the sword; it's using the sword, right? And so you can walk around with the sword. It's fine. Yeah. So he just walked right in, and he just, I think he wanted to buy like donuts or something like that, right? And so, yeah, that was about maybe donuts and scratch-off tickets, and at like 3 in the morning, and that was about it. And so, yeah, I met this dude, and he was a nice guy, you know, everything was fine. You didn't want to trigger the boss music? Yeah, bro, I didn't. I didn't want to trigger it, bro. I didn't want to have that happen. No autograph? Yeah, exactly. And yeah, bro had rare loot. He did. It was a nice sword too. It really was. And how's the Eclairs index? It's good, actually. This was the same place, and everybody was reasonable. You know, again, there was a little bit of unsettled nature. You know, you have a guy walk into the store with a sword, and you know, it's like, ah, fuck. Okay, what's this? What's this gonna be, right? But it turned out it wasn't anything. It was fine. So anyway, yeah, this guy ended up getting fired for this game, and that's what happens whenever you make pieces of shit, bro. Like, that's what happens. You shouldn't have made a piece of shit, and you wouldn't have gotten fired, and that's life.
Absolutely. Good barbarian. Well, all right, let's learn some history, fellas.
By this book, written by my dear friend Joel Canestrelli, Celtic Warfare. Link in the description.
I'll need to check out that book.
The Celts, the wild hordes of disorganized, frenzied, long-haired, half-naked warriors that permeate our imagination, right?
No.
Stay tuned. Hello noble ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and the idea of the Celts, described as a bunch of savage barbarians, has become rather stereotypical. And, upon further investigation, one cannot help but notice how it functions almost too neatly as a very convenient counterpart to the well-equipped and well-organized armies of the Mediterranean, namely Greece and Rome. This is the image I'm talking about. The Celts, often exemplified as the Gauls, advance, pillage, raze, plunder, their armies lacking any cohesion, no formation, no professional understanding of the art of war. So of course, they can't compare with the professional armies of the Mediterranean cultures. Well, here's my question. As a Mediterranean, va bene, ma che cosa ci dicono le fonti? Hopefully today, I'll be able to present to you a very different picture, one born of extensive research, evaluation of archaeological data, and literary scrutiny. This misunderstanding, which is a very reductive description of the way of war of the Celts, isn't a modern myth. It's in fact an idea that was born in the ancient period itself. After all, ethnographic and classical historical narratives give us precisely the perspective of the Mediterraneans. In the words of Livy, "What are you doing, O soldiers? We are not going to fight Latins or Sabines, who, after overcome by weapons, we can turn from foes to allies. We must wield our iron against wild beasts. If we'll not have their blood, they will have ours." And so the image of a brutal savage begins to take shape. Connect that with dramatic events such as the sack of Rome and the sack of Delphi, and the concept of an ancient terror was born. Zooming out a little bit before we begin to deep dive as we usually do on this channel, I want to ask a few questions that can help us ensure a certain level of mutual academic understanding. Who were the Celts? What was their warfare like? What do we know about warlike interactions between cultures? What was the Celtic response, for instance, to the strong frontal clashes of Mediterranean tactical warfare? The best answer to the question, who were the Celts, is probably this. The Celts are an Iron Age culture which embraced an array of people, connected by a series of common traits, some cultural, some linguistic, and maybe a common religious baseline. Cisalpingol, Transalpingol, Brittonic, Caledonian, and these are just some of the people we consider to be Celtic. And even if we remain with what could be considered to be macro groups, we've got the following: Gauls, Pannonians, Galatians, Brittonic, Gaels, Celtiberians. Now, as I promised on this video, we are going to deep dive, so we will be zooming in to some of these people, look at the tribal configurations all the way down to single tribes. But for now, keep these macro groups in mind. Now, considering the bold start I had with this video, I want to also make sure that I'm not misunderstood. I'm not saying that we should never or can never use the words of classical authors, Greek and Roman voices to try and understand the Celts. After all, these are contemporary people. These are eyewitness accounts. All I'm saying is that the correct academic approach is that we shouldn't just believe or disbelieve them. We need to weigh their words with external evidence. So, since at the beginning of the video giving you an example of some words that we shouldn't really trust when it comes to Mediterranean authors, I want to give you an example of something that we can instead learn about the Celts from the Romans. In our modern mind, we have the tendency to separate the Caledonians, so the Celtic people of modern-day Scotland, from the Celtic Brittonic cultures of southern Britain. It's important to say that the Romans didn't separate them. The Picts, for instance, only become a definite political entity in the late 3rd century AD, so beyond the scope of this video. And even though they most likely spoke a variety of Celtic which was different when compared to the Southern Brittonic, from a cultural perspective, they were very similar. The Romans did not perceive a difference. In fact, they tell us that the Britons in Caledonia just tended to be bigger and their hair was more commonly red than blonde. And in the occasional situations when the Romans do use a separate name for them, namely Caledoni, they use it to define what they perceive to be a regional variation of a single cultural core.
Yeah, that's all we're at.
And now I'd like to take a moment of your time to mention the exceptional, special sponsor that made this video possible, which is this book. Now, this book is called Celtic Warfare and was written by Joel Canestrelli. The reason why I say that this is a special sponsor is because, first of all, if you liked this video, you're gonna love this book because the entire research for this video came from this book. So honestly, number one, my strongest suggestion would be pause the video right now and get yourself a copy. The reason why I'm saying that is because the book is easy to read, packed with information, and filled with really beautiful artwork. But of course, when we talk about a book, we also want to know a little bit more about the person who wrote this, and in this case, Mr. Canestrelli doesn't just happen to be a great researcher, but also a very good friend of mine. I'm really proud to be able to mention my dear friend Joel Canestrelli because he's a respected, very knowledgeable individual. He is my to-go source whenever I cannot find information on a specific topic that has to do with the classical period. You can literally go and double check right now if what I'm saying is true. That is because Joel has his own YouTube channel and you can go and check the quality, depth and professionalism of his information. Of course, link in the description below. Joel is also from Italy like me, so I'm also proud to be able to say that I helped him out a little bit for a few pages on this book when it comes to the actual translation. He asked me to double check a couple of things before going on with the publication, so I'm happy to say that there is a little bit of me in this book as well. And this is the list of all the different publications that he has to his name. So, if you're interested in Celtic Warfare, this is a must-buy. Do yourself a favor and order your copy today. When talking about the Celtic way of war, the first thing we have to establish is that we cannot generalize or talk in absolute terms. That is because Celtic warfare evolved in different areas, at different rates, and in different fashions. Let me give you an example. Even though continental Celts in the second half of the 4th century BC had already begun to dismiss the war chariot, which will eventually become completely obsolete, such item of war will endure in Brittonic realities, as insular Celtic cultures, when compared to the continental ones, were in a way frozen in time. Now, even though this is something that I've already mentioned on previous videos, I'd like to underline that it's not the only phenomenon, as a very similar ancient continuous tradition can be seen in Gaelic literature in Ireland when representing description of warriors. But in a way, this also points to the fact that the influence of other external civilizations and outside military pressure plays a pivotal role in war development. The archaeological record shows us a plurality of approaches to warfare. Now, the depth of such topic renders the task of creating a comprehensive analysis into one single video a rather arduous endeavor. That is one of the reasons why on this video specifically, we're not going to cover every single aspect of Celtic warfare. We won't talk about metallurgy, we won't talk about weapons, but we will focus on their general way of war, what we are told from classical sources, and most importantly, their weapons, armors, and shield development. Now, if you find this topic to be interesting and you would like me to make a second episode entirely dedicated to Celtic weapons, such as ranged weapons, polearms, swords and the like, please let me know in the comments below. For our analysis to be considered germane, chronological and geographical variations need to be taken into consideration. Now, between the 5th century BC and the 1st century AD, Celtic warfare culture had experienced several stages of evolution. Part of this was undoubtedly driven through the contact with Mediterranean civilizations, but also Etruscans, Scythians, and others. General strategy, battlefield tactics, weapons and armor design, metallurgical developments, the shift from bronze to iron, all of this needs to be visualized as a flux, a vortex of time. Celtic warfare can only be understood when put in direct relation to its society. A thorough examination of the material culture and an extensive data analysis of physical evidence through archaeology serve as a sort of founding platform. Now, when talking war culture specifically, this physical evidence comes in the form of grave goods and funerary art. Burial customs in the Celtic world, however, were not uniform, as localized groups had their own beliefs and distinct artistic representations. This can be somewhat of a stumbling block when trying to focus too much on the material evidence and the archaeological aspect of our journey. Thus, on this video, I'll encourage a less linear approach, strengthening any archaeological find, particularly those related to ceremonial burial, with literary, statuary, and in general, iconographic evidence. This will help us determine how technological development spreads in non-unified civilizations. I'd like to now discuss a couple of myths that I believe need addressing. The idea that they fought naked and the origins of their name, Celts. First of all, this idea that all the Celts of all the tribes everywhere fought naked is wrong. Polybius, describing the Battle of Telamon, tells us that it was the habit of the Gaesatae to enter the battle naked. The Insumbres and Boii wore their trousers and light cloaks, but the Gaesatae had discarded these garments, owing to their proud confidence in themselves, and stood naked, with nothing but their arms in front of the whole army. Diodorus is also talking about the Gaesatae when he tells us, some individuals among the Celts are satisfied with the armor which Nature had given them and go into battle naked, and perhaps their presence might be acknowledged even among the ranks of Hannibal's army, whose bulk was especially composed of mercenaries and experienced fighters. The Gaesatae are a very unique subgroup. They are a specific warrior caste, and what sets them aside, as we can read from other fighters and mercenaries, is specifically the fact that they fought naked. This very strange choice is most likely connected to some sort of ritualistic principle, but it is also important to underline that this is not only a specific characteristic of one warrior caste, not all the Celts, but also that it's a very archaic one. And even though a somewhat comparable behavior is also displayed by some Scandinavian warrior brotherhoods, it could be considered to be some sort of archetype of the Indo-European warrior who, with reckless disregard for peril, daunts the foe with his virile nakedness, dedicating to the gods and openly defying death. But as Celtic society grows more complex, this sort of custom disappears. Already in the 1st century BC, no more warriors fought naked, everyone was wearing as much armor as they could. At least when it comes to continental Europe. Now, when it comes to Britannia, as I was telling you, ancient customs tend to remain frozen in time because of the disconnect. So some Celtic warriors in Britannia did continue to fight naked all the way up to the 1st century AD, but it's also important to underline that according to Julius Caesar, in the entirety of the De Bello Gallico which he wrote, he does not mention any naked warriors at all. As an interesting piece of trivia, whenever we imagine Celtic warriors painted and decorated in blue, well, first and foremost, that sort of decoration, we don't know if it was actual blue or some tint of green. We also don't know if it was body paint or actual tattoos. Whatever the case, this form of body decoration was completely gone in continental Europe. Maybe in very archaic traditions it was present, but it was completely gone, and the only place where it remains, once again, is Britannia, within the southern Brittonic Caledonian cultures. Now, when it comes to the name Celtic, I've got an article to read. Let's check it out. From history.com, 8 facts about the Celts. Now, the overall information presented on this article is actually not too bad, but at the very beginning there is something I take issue with, and it's of a linguistic nature. Let's go. The ancient Celts were a widespread group of tribes whose rich culture has been identified through burials, artifacts, and language. The difficulty of tracing Celtic history is that none of these ancient people living in Western or Central Europe would have called themselves Celts. That name came from the Greeks, who made their first contact with a barbarian people they called Keltoi in 540 BC. This is incorrect. It's actually the other way around. Let me explain. So even though it is true that the word Keltoi was created indeed by the Greeks, it's not that they created the word but we have no idea what the Celts used to call themselves. It's the other way around. The Celts use a word that kind of sounded like Keltoi, and the Greeks adapted it to their own language and created the word Keltoi. The reason why I'm saying this is because Julius Caesar himself, who, as we said many times on this video, had direct contact with the Gauls, tells us, Ipsorum lingua Celtae, nostra Galli appellantur. In their language, Celts, but we call them Gauls. What this means is that Celts is an endonym, Gauls is an exonym. For clarity, endonym definition. A name for a place or group of people that is used internally in that place or by that people as a self-designation. For instance, Nihon or Nippon used by the Japanese rather than Japan. Japan will be the exonym. An exonym is an established non-native name for a geographical place, group of people, individual person, language or dialect, meaning that it is used only outside that particular place, group or linguistic community, such as the word Gaul or Galli. Now, whenever you begin learning about Celtic warfare, the first two words that you will come across almost immediately are the Hallstatt culture and the Latin culture. What do they mean? When we say Hallstatt, we're talking about a culture spanning from 1200 BC to 500 BC that initially was late Bronze Age but does reach the Iron Age. Now this is to be considered a proto-Celtic culture. Instead, the Latin culture, which follows the Hallstatt culture, is an Iron Age fully Celtic culture, which will be the main focus of both this video and in general this series. When we start looking into the early Latin culture and its warriors, one of the first things we notice is a gradual progression and emergence of an elite caste of warriors, and these warriors will be mostly part of aristocracy. Of course, we have to also imagine that at this time we are talking about more something in the lines of war bands than a full-on army in pitched battles. Not only these warriors would be training, trying to achieve and improve their martial prowess, but there was also a ritual aspect to them. But rather than just brutish force, one of the main characteristics of these kind of warriors was dynamism in combat. And we see that this specific characteristic continues in time even as warriors change within the Celtic world. And this will be reflected in the sort of body armor that they will design. Although body armor specifically is such a deep topic that I will cover it on the next episode. Today we're talking helmets though, so keep watching. As Celtic culture solidifies and society becomes more complex, one of the first things we see is an opening of the military warrior caste onto the low-ranking classes. This is also reflected in weapons and armor, as we will see in a minute. So what happens with helmets? Well, here I've got a bronze Roman Montefortino helmet. Now, what's interesting about this helmet is that even though from the perspective of Italian scholars this is called, as I said, Montefortino, from the perspective of French scholars this will be called Celto-Italic. Now, regardless of the nomenclature, one thing that we know for sure is that the Romans, even though they adopted this, they didn't make it. So who made it? Well, as far as we understand, even though the Celts absolutely loved this design and it will become the typical Celtic helmet, and it was born from a merging between the Etruscan and the Celtic cultures. The Romans probably having copied it from the Etruscans. These helmets were produced both in bronze and in iron, as iron becomes metallurgically available. And it is a very useful design, which is one of the reasons why the Romans will eventually mass produce it. Now, when we look at Hallstatt culture, for what we can see because it's very ancient, we know that helmets like these were extremely rare. But as we enter Latin culture and more low-ranking warriors start to take part in more and more battles, this becomes absolutely ubiquitous in its varieties. Some Celtic varieties, particularly those of the northern Italian Celtic cultures, will have the addition of horns. The earliest models didn't have facial protection, so basically they would look like this directly. sometimes having more of a conical shape, which eventually will be abandoned, probably for ease of making. But as more and more people start investing more and more money into their war equipment, we see that several types of cheek plates are invented, the early ones being of the triangular shape, and then the larger ones that most likely initially were specifically made for infantry. Let's put it on. Now, of course, one of the things you would do would be to connect it here so that these don't just keep flapping around, but just to give you an idea. As I was mentioning before, as non-aristocratic Celts start to be able to join the battlefield of war, we start seeing versions of these that are clearly made more hastily, which is something that we also see happening in the Roman world as they are still using these, and we do see a decrease in manufacturing quality as we enter the first reforms that open the military to more and more people. Low-end models also having smaller backplates. Now, even though the Romans copied these specifically from the Etruscans and not from the Celts, one type of helmet that the Romans will copy from the Celts will be the Colus Mannheim type. This one. And this is interesting because it allows us to see how Celtic warfare was not that barbaric. In fact, it could have been considered to be more advanced when it comes to some elements of armor and equipment, since the Romans copied them. And a very typical aspect of that is the Roman Lorica Hamata, so the mail, which, by the way, the Romans not only copied from the Celts, but didn't call Hamata, they called it Gallica. So if we are to be 100% fair, we have to say that it's not that the Celts were barbarians that didn't know what they were doing and the Romans were super advanced and, you know, they could produce all sorts of type of armor and weapons that were so much more sophisticated and therefore they could defeat them. The reality is that both the Celtic civilizations and the Roman civilizations were almost equally advanced when it comes to war, but the Romans were all unified under a very effective military and economic machine which allowed them to basically supply every single warrior with weapons and armor. Whereas the Celts were not unified, did not have the same sort of economical backbone, and even though they were very advanced, what are you going to do with a technological development such as mail if your enemy copies it and they can supply every single soldier with it? Now, when it comes to shield, even though just like armor, I wish...
This dude just walks up and starts trying to kiss her. What the... Horrible decisions lately. I can't believe somebody got that.
Wish to speak more in depth about them on the next episode, I'd like to give you at least a preliminary introduction to the concept of what a Celtic shield looks like. Possibly borrowed by the northern Etruscan culture, the Celtic shield, which is a wooden shield with a wooden protection for the hand, is a flat shield and it's held in the center, so it's a center held bossed shield. And this is interesting because considering the fact that we are looking into 5th century, 4th century BC, it's in complete contrast with Greek shields used by the hoplite. It was not strapped to the forearm. Now, the Greeks did understand this type of shields, but we already see a sort of different split in the approach to war when it comes to defense. Shields very similar to early Celtic shields are also found in Denmark and in Scandinavian culture. Classic authors tell us that these shields used by the Celts provided excellent protection for the body, and they were made of either a single plank or 2 or 3 overlaid planks, rejoined together with a resin-based putty, protecting the Celtic warrior from the shoulder to the knee. Now, the discussion of other types of helmet, and once again the discussion of all the different kinds of armor, including the organic ones that unfortunately don't remain in the archaeological record but do show in iconography, scholarly representations and literary work. All of this is an extremely deep topic and I have to make it into a second dedicated video. But if you are interested in this, please let me know in the comments below, and if you have enjoyed this video, make sure to give me a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments. Don't forget to check the link in the description below to buy this book and further deepen your understanding of Celtic warfare. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and remember, the Metatron has spread his wings. Goodbye.
I don't know if I can handle the way String losing this game. Ugh. Let's play. Here, motorcycle. Pretty late. The more fun.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Be wary. No timeline.
The higher the pressure. The White Queen always gets what she wants. At any
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Just enough. Emma Frost never surrenders.
You are out of your league. They do not look
I suppose that helps.
impervious.
suppose that helps.
It'll be a lot quieter.
Krakoa stands with Wakanda until the end. I suppose that helps.
Maximum pulse!
Behold, Dark Child! I will have my revenge for that.
Again.
I've reached full power.
We're on a mission for the king. I'm ready to give him the final shot. Armor patch here. Hey,
See them?
don't mind me. I'm just dying.
A nice deep breath.
I suppose that helps.
Judge! Jury!
Get a web and
Executioner!
The current score is
Yay.
3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
The right heroes could make all the difference. Round 2. Go!
I'm as flawless as they come, darling.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Hey, T'Challa. Did you know your sister sent me and my crew on an impossible mission?
Fury selected you to aid our empire. She knew you had what it takes.
Hey, I may be alive, but I am going to have nightmares for the rest of my life.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Some uninvited guests. Emperor's reign isn't over.
No, I didn't want to die. Oh boy.
I was fine, but thank you.
Someone scratch my back.
Only 60 seconds left.
Back off.
Wow, 4 in a row.
I'm back. Stand strong. We have this.
Relax, Diva. This is my headset.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I suppose that helps.
Your powers are mine!
Against the world! There's still a chance to stop
Frost
them.
never surrenders.
We hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Emma Frost never surrenders. Some uninvited guests. I suppose that helps. Can someone exterminate these robotic...
It's Snyder time!
Shoot! Team play.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Barely wounded.
Final score 3-2-2. Another epic victory! Big win!
What a name. What's up? Okay, too hard on my eyes, man. I don't know what they did that made it like so, like, have motion blur on all the time, it feels like. It really does. Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna play this anymore, especially with the push and blur thing going on. Tried changing some of the settings, it didn't work. Didn't fix it. Nothing like that.
problems and then I campaign on solving the problems that I created. That way, I have a never-ending stream of things I promise to fix. Some of you may think that's called corruption, but I call it job security. In 2026, I'm not just running for office, I'm also running from accountability. In a time of division, we need someone to stand up. So I'm standing up to the Republicans to create even more division than you previously thought possible. Just take my great state of California as an example. The homeless problem has gotten so much better since I took office. This is because the homeless have now built entire cities out of cardboard and garbage, so we no longer consider them homeless anymore. Traffic has also dramatically improved since I took office. This is because the cost of living is so high, millions of people have left for states like Texas and Idaho. Please consider joining me in my fight against Donald Trump. Together, we can make sure government inefficiency remains fully funded. This message was sponsored by your tax dollars.
Has not started clinical trials or submitted an application to the FDA for approval. Manufacturing has started. Key regulatory steps remain incomplete. But a new target launch date of January 1st, 2026. Experts previously warned that delays could push availability to 2030, given the typical 1 to 2 year timeline for trials and FDA review. Of course. Oh gosh, no, not this one. That one's smaller. Well, D and does should be uppercase since it's not being a descendant. Should be uppercase since the last name. Should be uppercase. Yeah, place their orders.
for you, then you love corruption. This is, look, I'm going to tell you what, if people now say it's no big deal that Donald Trump pardoned or commuted the sentence of George Santos, then I got nothing for you. Then you love corruption. This is corrupt to the core. This is Donald Trump clearly only caring about people that kiss his ass. And this is Donald Trump making it clear that if you kiss his ass, you can get away with anything. Now, maybe you feel like, well, it doesn't matter. How does it really affect me? How does George Santos being out of jail affect me? It always starts this way. It starts with leaders becoming corrupt, and then eventually they start taking your money.
سمكة غريبة على بحر شط خان يونس من فصيلة القرش. بحر خان يونس.
Kind of sick. Life in peace. Christ, I think killing. I choose life and the Israel Chai. Well, it's endangered. That's probably the problem. Yeah, I mean, I believe they are brain dead people. We've been saying that about you guys for years. You still haven't left. Yeah, I guess we'll play some Mecha Breaker. I'm gonna go bathroom.
That's his decision. I asked, I said, why do you keep your relationship with Valkyrie a secret? Who cares? Just you guys are dating, be together.
Because let me guess.
And it was his decision. Because he says he doesn't want people harassing her. It's like, I'm like, she's already like a huge
I can guess why.
internet personality.
He likes everybody dreaming of being with him.
That's obviously why. And that's why women do it too. That keeps his girlfriend a secret.
Right.
That's interesting.
Mission.
Away.
Stego, ready to strike. Serenet, pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Obtain keys from 3 data terminals to seize the base's main turret. A key will periodically be generated at one of 3 data terminals. Seize and upload the keys to the turret before your enemy.
Stego, taking off. Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Disengaged. Fire control system unlocked. Key generates at point B in 60 seconds. Shield offline.
Let's go get the key.
Sniper.
Initiating ejection. Assist. Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Key generates at point A in 30 seconds.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Fire control system.
Let's go get the key.
Enemy down. Reloading.
got it.
Initiating ejection sequence. Enemy down. Ready for deployment. You pop it.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Fire control system unlocked. Key generation at point B in 30 seconds. Assist. Enemy down. Hero offline. Target required. Offline. You spot it, you pop it. Solar storm subsided. Online. Key generated at point B. Obtaining key. Let's go get key secured. Let's go get the key. Assist. Victory! MVP.
Yeah, one.
Oh, Welkin ain't something to mess with.
Kind of boring, honestly.
Narukami, ready to strike. Ready to strike. Welcome. Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Might bridge initiated.
Capture and defend the 3 data nodes in the crop sinkhole. Capturing the nodes recovers abnormal mining data in the sinkhole. Recover data before Windrose destroys the mine.
Narukami, taking off. Narukami, moving in to provide cover.
Fire control system unlocked. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Drone deployed. No, warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Node A activated. Seize immediately. Drone deployed. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Drone down. Assist. Enemy down. Weapon not ready. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Assist.
Welkin, ready to pick off some stragglers.
The combat zone.
Hurry, we need
Warning,
to get that data
you
node.
are leaving the combat zone. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Nodes. Enemy down. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone.
Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Assist activated. Seize all nodes immediately. Warning, you are leaving. Node B captured. Energy low. Stabilizing. Node A captured. Drone down. Drone down. Drone deployed.
Hurricane! Coming in to draw enemy fire!
Drone deployed. Node A captured by enemy.
Welkin, ready to pick off some stragglers. Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Data node. Node C captured. Optical camera deactivated.
Lumine! Locking in to harass enemy defense!
Weapon not ready. Drone deployed.
Take it out.
Aquila! Ready to provide aerial cover?
Drone deployed. Drone deployed. Drone deployed. Assist.
Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush.
harassed enemy defense. Drone recall.
Take it out.
Assist. Weapon not ready. Assist. Aquila! Ready to provide aerial cover? Optical camo deactivated. Capturing data node. Node A captured. Unavailable. Drone deployed. Unavailable.
Take it out.
Stabilizing. Drone down.
Take it out.
Not ready. Drone down.
Come on over and turn the node.
Drone deployed. Energy low. Optical camo deactivated. Drone down.
Take it out.
Drone deployed. Unavailable. Node A captured by enemy. Drone deployed. Drone down. Drone down. Stabilizing.
Better go seize that node!
Enemy down. Drone deployed. Drone
Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush. Take it out.
Weapon not ready. Optical camo deactivated. Drone deployed. Optical camo deactivated. Node B captured. Drone deployed. Energy low. Drone deployed. Drone down.
Take it out.
Weapon not ready. Assist. Optical camo deactivated. Node C captured by enemy.
Aquila! Ready to provide aerial cover?
Drone deployed.
Hurricane! Coming in to draw enemy fire! Luminate! Locking in to harass enemy defense! Better go seize that
Initiating
node!
ejection sequence.
I got an 8.5. Nice.
Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. MVP.
There's
no escape from Stego's barrage.
A little tough. Using Stego is fairly easy, and you can get a lot of work done with him. I wouldn't say he's a must-have, but he is pretty darn powerful. Oh, that's the cool. Sum that up. Yeah, we should. As helpful as it needed to be. But oh, it happens. Come on. Oh. Any more?